Hey, Robert. Yay. All right, Genia, whenever you're ready.
Okay, I am Genia Dimitriades, and I'm calling this Back Bay Architectural Commission it's blocking it. Okay. Architectural Commission Subcommittee Public Meeting to order at 4 p.m. on Wednesday, June 10th, 2026. You can participate in this meeting by going to our Zoom meeting link in our agenda, posted online at https://www.boston.gov/public-notices/165-85481 or by calling 646-828-7666 and entering ID number 165-287-6946. You can also submit written comments or questions to backbayac@boston.gov. In accordance with the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Executive Order suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law, we are conducting this hearing online. To ensure public access to the deliberations of the Back Bay Architectural Commission, the public may access this call through telephone and video conferencing. Members of the public will have an opportunity to ask questions and provide public comments on applications and discussions. To do so, please raise your hand in the application. Wait a minute, what happened? Okay, via the Zoom meeting platform. If you are calling in and cannot use a platform, you can press *9 to raise your hand, or you can send your questions to staff via email at backac@boston.gov. Public comment will be limited to 2 minutes per person and should be focused on a project's exterior architectural features, which include landscaping. Issues related to use, street traffic, and noise are outside the commission's purview. Okay, so.
Great.
Okay, so we have 173 Commonwealth Avenue, an unapproved removal of the tree at the front garden. Is someone here from 173?
If you could raise your hand if you're here representing this property. Okay, I will say I did not hear from anyone from this property, but let me just explain what has happened here. So 173 Commonwealth Avenue, back in 2023, the commission approved quite a large rehabilitation project here. But as part of that project, the existing tree that you see here was not going to be removed in the front garden. It was going to be protected during the work. At some point recently, the tree was removed.
Oh my God.
Without our review or approval. So I issued a violation. Sometime, I would say, in the last 2 weeks, a replacement tree and landscaping has been installed. And it looks like it's a pretty decent size magnolia tree. And you can get a better idea here. So it's consistent with the design guidelines of what would be approved to be planted here. So my recommendation is to approve the tree as planted and just dismiss this violation.
Okay.
I guess I'm okay with it, but it still doesn't, the fact remains, we told them that you had to come before the commission before you did anything, but they just did it anyway.
Yeah. I guess we'd like to hear from the garden club on this one. So perhaps I'm ready to make a motion and we can open it up to public comment.
Yeah, okay. See, let's go, there's the script.
Members of the public will now have an opportunity to ask questions and provide public comment on applications and discussions. To do so, please raise your hand in the application via the Zoom meeting platform. If you are calling in and cannot use the platform, you can press *9 to raise your hand, or you can send your questions to staff via email at backbayac@boston.gov. Public comment will be limited to 2 minutes per person and should be focused on a project's exterior architectural features, which include landscaping. Issues related to use, street traffic, and noise are outside of the commission's purview. Okay, I believe Lori Thomas has her hand raised. Lori, would you like to speak?
Yes, please. Lori Thomas for the Garden Club. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. The tree appears to be the type of tree that we would specify, a very large caliper flowering magnolia. What I would really like to know is how this happened, who the arborist was who removed it, so we can talk to them and make sure they're aware of the guidelines to try to prevent this happening again. So any information you might have about that would be wonderful. I assume that the owners are now aware of the guidelines, thanks to Joe. But an arborist who would do something like this in the neighborhood is somebody we would really like to talk to. So whether or not you choose to approve this or not is up to you, but I will tell you that the tree is a very appropriate specimen. Is that helpful?
Yes, thank you, Lori.
Sure.
Joe, do you want to check to see if anyone joined? I know we've had a few people, if there's anyone from.
I'm not seeing anyone new. If there's
No,
anyone,
I admitted a few people, so do you want to just
okay.
ask if anyone is there from the property?
Sure. If anyone is here for 173 Commonwealth Avenue representing the property, if you could raise your hand. Oh.
Okay. All right, I don't see any other hands raised.
So, Joe, from a procedural standpoint, can we approve something that hasn't been applied for?
Well, so this is an active violation, so I issued a violation. It's up to, this is the outcome we would have wanted, would be for them to have planted a tree.
We would have told them to do this.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I could, if the commission were to vote to approve this and dismiss the violation, I would again write to the property owner and, as Lori Thomas had requested, ask, how this happened, if they could let us know how it happened and who their arborist or landscaper was that they used, so we could follow up with them to make sure.
I think that's a good course of action, Rob.
Yeah, I think so too. My motion is to dismiss the violation and approve the existing landscape plan.
And we also need to get the name and
and
company, so Lori can reach out, and this can't happen again.
Okay.
So I'll add to my motion to that Joe, that staff will reach out to the owner to locate who the arborist is in an effort to prevent this from happening in the future.
Do we have a second for this?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Great, thank you.
Okay, Gina Dimitriadis,
Yes.
David Sampson,
Yes.
and Rob Weintraub.
Yes.
All right, great.
Okay, so we're at 251 Commonwealth Avenue, unapproved alteration to the rooftop balustrade. Is there someone here from 251 Commonwealth Avenue, and could you raise your hand, please? Okay, I'm not seeing anyone.
All right, and I haven't heard back from anyone about this. So I will give you a recap here. So this is 251 Commonwealth Avenue, and there was a large project reviewed and approved here back in 251, but it did not include any alterations to the balustrade. And here is the balustrade here before any alterations. And this is what it looks like today. So this is what we're talking about of what was added to the top. I was just out there last night, and what I believe this is a planter box across the whole top of the balustrade. That being said, if we were going to approve planter boxes, we always say they can't be taller than a railing, or in this case, this balustrade. So I don't think there's any action. What I will do is I will issue a second violation, and hopefully we'll hear back from them for next month.
Are you able to say in the violation that it needs to be removed?
Yeah, well, we say, well, that's up for you guys to decide, but we need to have the hearing for you to make that motion. So.
Right.
So so what I'll do is issue a second violation, and again, hopefully they'll come back. But my recommendation is for it to be removed.
Okay,
I would agree with that.
yeah, looks terrible.
It does.
Right. So that brings us to 520 Beacon Street, unapproved replacement of 3 rear windows. Is there someone there here representing 520 Beacon Street? I believe someone, Harrison, is this? You
Yep.
see the hand raised?
Yeah, I'm the property manager.
All right, I'll make you a co-host.
Okay, Harrison, do you want to tell us what happened here?
Oh, here, let me show,
Oh.
before he does that, let me just run it by you guys.
Okay.
So this is the back of 520 Beacon Street, and this is way at the edge of the district near Charles Bank East. And the rear elevation really has to be kind of a variety of window replacements that's happened over time. And you can even see the original openings, the original lintels all exist. And at some point, probably in the 40s or 50s, a lot of these larger openings were created. Over the past few years, as window replacements have been proposed at this elevation, we've been trying to have them be consistent, like you see where my cursor is here and here, with a fixed picture window flanked by 2 casement windows. What happened here, this is what was replaced without a design review application and without an issued building permit. So vinyl windows, a fixed picture window, and 2 flanking double hung windows were installed. My recommendation is for it to basically be restored back, or new windows be installed that are wood and that match this configuration. And again, as future applications come for window replacement in these areas of the building, that's the configuration we're trying to uphold here. So Harrison, would you like to have some words?
Yeah, absolutely. So first of all, I completely agree. This was one unit owner that we weren't notified that they were proceeding with this until they showed up with the actual windows. As soon as we did, I let them know that, this has been a hot button issue for everybody because the other people recently have had to go through the permitting process. So I let them know you need to immediately apply for a retroactive permit and then go through the historical process. We started managing the building like 4 or 5 years ago, and since then, the ones that I know of for window replacements are the ones that you outlined, Mr. Corner. So I think most of them that have been done recently have been in historical guidelines. As far as I know, the unit owner did submit a permit for ISD, and I don't know if they've submitted the historical application yet. But
So
I
they
would.
did, yeah. So they had they applied through ISD for a building permit, and I had marked that as needing more information. And this is going back in March, and they did submit a design review application, but it was after the fact that the windows were already installed.
Yeah, so however you guys think this should be handled, I would agree. I don't think that that's an appropriate aesthetic, and the Board of Trustees was also not pleased that this was done in the fashion that it was as well.
And Harrison, could we have your last name just so I have it?
Sure. I'm Harrison Levitsky from Lighthouse Realty. We're the management company for the full association. This was Unit 3A, and I believe they have a management company as well.
So did you notify the owners to come tonight, or with that?
I notified the managing agent. I don't know if they notified the owner. I think they got a notice directly as well. I did originally notify them and their contractor that they needed to submit permitting, and so I don't know. They sent me a permit number, which I looked, but it just looks as pending online. So I don't know. Like, I didn't know the full status if they submitted the historical or not yet.
Yeah, the permit was never issued.
Yeah, and they already had the windows in before all this. So like I don't know what the protocol is at this point, but I would agree they're out of compliance. And I can also like start a chain looping them in after this as well to get everybody connected.
Yeah, so my recommendation up to the committee is, for them to install wood windows here with the 1 fixed center window and the flanking casement window. So this is what was there before.
But Joe, shouldn't the violation be against the individual unit owner and not the association?
It's how they want to deal with it. I mean, we don't get into who's responsible for what. The violation was sent to the condo board.
Right.
And they had reached out to me. It was a contractor, and then someone else from the management company had reached out to me about this. And I had met them on site and explained this process to them.
Honestly, either one's fine with me. We know the unit owner, so like anything that there would be a cost will be attributed to that unit owner. And the only thing I would say on my end, just from a building concern perspective, is in that back rear area that we just noted some seepage water on the upper left-hand corner. So we are going to be applying for a permit for some boom lift masonry and carpentry repairs. Obviously, we'll go through the historical and ISD permitting process, but I don't know if that'll like hold anything up until this is resolved either way, because they do have some active leaks we'll be submitting.
They probably have to go through the whole permitting process and then come before us to get the windows approved.
And for whatever water entry or waterproofing they're going to do, that'll be a separate application.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, I just didn't know because if it was issued to the building as a violation that it would block other historical, but yeah, so I'll handle that one separately, and then I can follow up with 3A and just confirm that they need a full historical application. It does look like they're going to need the historic approved wood sash windows.
Yep.
Well, here, committee, if you agree with my recommendation, they wouldn't have to submit an application, but whatever you decide, I would convey to them, and they would have to work with me to get the appropriate windows in place.
So, Joe, should we continue the violation?
No, I think you can remand it to staff. Vote to replace the windows. As I said, with wood windows with a center fixed window and 2 flanking casement windows. Remanded to staff for final details.
Okay. All right, I'll make that motion.
I'm sorry, do I need to read the script? Oh, here we go. Okay, members of the public will now have an opportunity to ask questions and provide public comment on applications and discussions. To do so, please raise your hand in the application via the Zoom meeting platform. If you are calling in and cannot use the platform, you can press *9 to raise your hand, or you can send your questions to staff via email at backbayac@boston.gov. Public comment will be limited to 2 minutes per person and should be focused on a project's exterior architectural features, which include landscaping. Issues related to use, street traffic, and noise are outside the commission's purview. Okay, and I believe Serge has his hand raised.
Dave, Serge.
Yes, good afternoon, Genia and all commissioners and Joe. We had a chance to look a little bit. Actually, we couldn't figure out exactly which window was an issue, but there was a number here. But for the comment regarding condos, this is one of the reasons why forms from the BBAC, when they submit application, needs to be signed by the condo association, because usually, anyway, the envelope of buildings is under the purview of the condo association. So that's the main reason also why we need to ensure when we look at other file that the condo association has approved the change. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Anyone else with their hand raised? I am not seeing anyone. So, Rob, do you want to make your motion?
My motion is to continue this violation to staff, and that the owner replace the window with a wood true divided light window with 2 side lights to match the existing design on the rear facade, and all further details to staff.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Dimitriadis,
Yes.
David Sampson,
Yes.
and Rob Weintraub.
Yes.
Okay. Alrighty.
Okay, so now we have 416 Marlborough Street, the unapproved lattice wood enclosure and mechanical equipment at Marlborough Street. This has been continued from our April 8th meeting last month. Is anyone here from 416 Marlborough Street? please raise your hand.
Yeah, I see Fabio Martini, you're here. Fabio, is there you're a co-host. Is there anyone else here you'd like me to unmute?
You can unmute Matthew Lena if you like,
Okay.
who is the neighbor across the street.
All
That's
right.
been present in all the meetings as well. But
So Fabio, just before you start, I'm just going to just give a quick refresher on what was happening here. So we had this enclosure and equipment related to a generator that was installed at the garden of 416 Marlborough Street without our review and approval. Rob Weintraub and I went to visit to look to see if there were areas inside that the equipment could be relocated to. In April, the committee voted to continue this for 60 days. At that time, the committee concluded on what was presented that it was not possible to move this equipment inside, and the recommendation was to turn the equipment 90 degrees, lower it below the windowsill that you see here, get rid of the enclosure and paint it a masonry color to match the wall behind. And here, I'll just show you. Here is the equipment that we're looking to lower and turn around. I know Fabio and his team have been working with me on this, and they need some more time to hash this out. So basically, I asked Fabio to come and just give an update since we're beyond the 60 days, and to hope that you guys will grant another extension, because they are working on this. So Fabio,
thank you, Mr. Cornish. So as of the last hearing, we in the walkthrough with Joe and Robert, we had our consultant from Rinkus with us. We did determine that there is no room inside that would allow for the equipment to be moved in the basement. However, and per your recommendation, we did hire Verdant Landscape Architecture along with Derek Rubinoff to prepare the renderings, which we were almost ready to present today. However, we had one of the neighbors who is on the call today, Matthew Lena, and also one of the owners at 416 Marlborough, that have come forward with recommendations which propose two more options to that. And first option, which was presented by the owner at 416 Marlborough, was to petition the city to allow the generator connections to be returned to the previous condition, which would require the removal of the triple switch altogether. It's not an easy sell. That's going to have to, the city would have to agree to grandfather the property, so the connection could be reverted to the original state, and that would mean to bypass the code, which requires the triple switch to be present. Option number two, which is suggested by Matthew, is to move the triple switch inside, but to do that, they would have to be reconfigured at the factory and install the generator connection enclosure in the exterior, which would be a small box mounted to somewhere in the facade, somewhere right behind that enclosure that you see on the corner there. Again, that does require a lot of research and configuration, and it's not an easy task, but everyone's intention here is to do what's best for the building and the community in general. And if there's anything we can do to achieve this, then that is our goal. We still believe, by we I mean myself and the consulting engineer from Rumkus, that the best option is for the triple switch to stay at the location, on the exterior location where it's now, for safety of the building and the existing generator maintenance longevity. But again, we are open to explore all these options. So when we come back to you on our next hearing, we can really lay down the exact specifications and what the best way to move forward is, obviously with an understanding and agreement of all parties involved. The owner at 416 Marlborough with his suggestion, and also Matt.
Fabio, how much time do you need?
Well, we need about at least 60 days to really, because we would have to call the city, we have to call the manufacturer, we have to get involved with the engineer to do the measurements and see how, because it's really, as you've seen, Robert, and it's really a tough
Right.
situation to move them inside, regardless how small, but it's good, that's going to be the challenge. So we're hoping for 60 days to figure that out at least, and be able to say, all right, we've done the research and we're able to move with option 1 or option 2. So
All right. I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay. Matthew, okay, members of the public will now have an opportunity to ask questions and provide public comment on applications and discussions. To do so, please raise your hand in the application via the Zoom meeting platform. If you are calling in and cannot use the platform, you can press *9 to raise your hand, or you can send your questions to staff via email at backbayac@boston.gov. Public comment will be limited to 2 minutes per person and should be focused on a project's exterior architectural features, which include landscaping. Issues related to use, street traffic, and noise are outside the commission's purview. Okay, I believe Lena has his hand raised. Would you like to speak?
Yeah, this is Matthew. Lena, I mean, I think there's 2 things the commission, if I may say, should hear about. One is there was a presentation made about the foliage, and I think it would be, if again, maybe appropriate for Warren or Sue Prindle to maybe just talk about that, and then I'd like to expand a bit on what Fabio said. Everything Fabio said is just right, but I think there's more the commission should know about this technical proposal. But perhaps the foliage might go first. Just my suggestion.
Okay. And then Lori has her hand raised. Lori, did you want to speak? Lori Thomas?
Yes, the commission asked us to work with the applicant to find a way to screen the equipment. And so we had a meeting, Susan Jaretsky and I, with Derek Rubinoff and with Katya from Verdant Landscape to review their plans. And it's clear that they put a lot of effort into the design of ways to screen the equipment, but it was also very clear that the equipment can't be fully screened because of those doors that were that have to be on one side. You have to have 3 or 4 feet in front of one side, and because of all those flat vaults that are to the eastern side of the garden, there can't be any landscaping screening there. So no matter what we tried, you're going to see sides of this equipment if it's out there, especially as you're walking from Hereford Street to Mass Ave on Marlborough Street. So finding another solution that could bring most of the equipment inside, I think, would be very desirable. There just is no way to screen it because of the constraints. Thank you.
Thanks, Lori. I don't see anyone else's hand raised. Oh, Serge, would you like to speak? Okay, I think you're unmuted now.
Yes, good afternoon again. I had a chance to discuss the project with both Lori and with Mr. Lena regarding his proposal. I think given the information that he managed to get from the Board of Electrician on how the rules could work for this building and what the configuration could look like, I think it's a very appealing solution for the neighborhood, especially that this building has the big chance of being a precedent, because the code change that was done will apply eventually to other buildings that will make renovations to their generator as well. So if the proposal that is there that is more minimal in terms of and matches code, that could become a blueprint for what could be done to other buildings in our historical neighborhood and other historical neighborhood in Boston, given this code change. So I think we are in favor of this 60-day period to explore this and to see if we can make this in practice, because it would be the right precedent to use for the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Matthew, did you want to speak again?
Yeah, no, I definitely do.
Okay.
So I want to clarify some background stuff I think would be useful to the commission as this is discussed in the future, because this will not be a fast process. There's a lot of technical stuff that will have to be considered before this can go ahead. So you all will recall that the attempt to move this equipment indoors ran aground on the need to get a variance, which ISD declined to entertain. But the key to solving this problem is to recognize that the variance would be required only to move this exact particular equipment indoors. There is other equipment to perform the same function that can be indoors in complete compliance with code. In other words, with no variance. In fact, I learned from the equipment manufacturers recently that they can modify the equipment 416 already has to be appropriate for indoor use. So 416 wouldn't even have to junk the equipment they have. Now, to be clear, there would still have to be something outside, and that would be a box something like 23 inches wide, 27 high, 10 inches deep, and there'd have to be two of them, but they would fit beautifully right in the stone band sort of between the basement and the first floor windows. So they can be mounted directly on the wall and of course painted and shielded by foliage. The second important point is that all of this depends, of course, on finding space for these thingamajigs indoors. Fabio and I and 416's electrical engineer and some of their trustees met yesterday morning. It looks very hopeful. There are always technical details, but I am at least, and there's always, many a slip twixt the cup and the lip, but I at least am very hopeful. The last thing I want to say, well, really, it's what with regard to what Serge mentioned, whether or not technically there's some technical problem specific to 416 involving having the space or not having the space inside, whether it really works here in this particular address. What has clearly been established is that the principle that almost everything can be inside and just these small boxes outside. There's now no question that that is correct, and that future buildings should follow that plan unless there's some special reason not to. And if any of them say they can't do it, you just send them to Matt Lena and I'll figure it out. One last thing though, 60 days is extremely conservative. I mean, in 60 days, we are likely to know either, yeah, it really looks like this might be possible, but we have to do a detailed engineering study, and it's not until the detailed engineering plans are written up that we will know for sure. That's probably what we may know in 60 days. Or in 60 days, it may be, you know what, we ran into an absolutely insoluble brick wall. We'll have to go back to the foliage approach of putting lipstick on the pig. But there's not going to be any resolution in this final resolution for quite a long time. In my engineering experience, I would be astounded if a year from now work could start, and I'd be pleased if a year from now, we were, or just started to have this completed in a year, and I'd be very pleased if a year from now it was ready to start. It's just will take a lot of planning to do this. But I don't have to tell the commission, it's the long term that matters, not getting something done in a quick short term. That's all.
Thank you.
Not seeing any other hands, Genia.
I'm not seeing any others. Are you?
No, nope.
Okay, so I think we're back to you, Rob.
My motion is to continue this violation for 60 days.
Second.
Okay, Genia Dimitriadis,
Yes.
David Sampson,
Yes.
and Rob Weintraub.
Yes.
All right, great. Thank you. And thank you everyone for your continued work on this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Do we have any others left, or is that it?
That's it.
Did you want to check to see if anyone came for the first one, or no?
Yeah, if anyone is here for 173 Commonwealth Avenue or representing 251 Commonwealth Avenue, you could raise your hand.
Seeing anyone?
No, I'm not seeing any.
Okay,
So if you want to vote to adjourn, we can take a little break till 5 o'clock.
All right, motion to adjourn.
I second.
great.
See you at 5.
All right.
Can
Thank
Can we
you.
stay logged, can we stay logged in or will it?
Oh yeah, no, you can stay logged in.
Okay, great.
Yep, I'm gonna pause the recording.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Recording. And whenever you're ready.
Wonderful. Thank you, Joe. I'm calling this Back Bay Architectural Commission public hearing to order at 5 p.m. on June 10th, 2026. You may participate in this hearing by going to our Zoom meeting link in our agenda posted online at https://www.boston.gov. Public notices 16585-481 or by calling 646-828-7666 and entering ID number 165-287-6946. You may also submit written comments or questions to backbayac@boston.gov. In accordance with the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Executive Order suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law, we're conducting this hearing online. To ensure public access to the deliberations of the Back Bay Architectural Commission. Whoops. Joe, that just went away.
There you go. Sorry about that.
Oh, thank you. Hold on one second. Where was I? To ensure public access to the deliberations of the Back Bay Architectural Commission, the public may access this call through telephone and video conferencing. Members of the public will have an opportunity to ask questions and provide public comment on applications and discussions. To do so, please raise your hand in the application via the Zoom meeting platform. If you are calling in and cannot use the platform, you may press *9 to raise your hand, or you may send your questions to staff via email at backbayac@boston.gov. Public comment will be limited to 2 minutes per person and should be focused on a project's exterior architectural features, which includes landscaping. Issues related to use, street traffic, and noise are outside of the commission's purview.
Okay, I'll just give a list of the commissioners who are present. We have Kathy Connor, Gina Dimitriadis, Tom High, David Sampson, Rob Weintraub, Lisa Tharp, Susanna Gaspar, and Tom B. Nair. Staff present are myself, Joseph Cornish, Director of Design Review, and Sarah Lawton, Preservation Assistant.
And Joe, you said that this evening we're going to start by doing the minutes, and we're going to go through that as well as the administrative review, and then we'll head into the applications, correct?
Yes, and I'll just make one note that the application for 273 Beacon Street has been withdrawn from today's agenda.
Thank you. Okay, do we have a motion to approve the minutes from 4/8 and 5/13, 2026?
Motion to approve. Lisa, go ahead. I'll second.
Okay, Kathy Connor?
Yes, except that I missed one of them, I believe, from 5/13.
Okay.
I can do 4/8.
Okay, Gina Dimitriadis?
Yes.
Tom High?
Yes.
David Sampson?
Yes.
Rob Weintraub?
Yes.
Lisa Tharp?
Yes.
Susanna Gaspar?
I have to do the same. I approve 4/8, but have to abstain for 5/13.
Sure, and Tom B. Nair?
Same, yes for 4/8, abstain for 5/13.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And now we're going to move forward to the administrative design review. Do we have a motion to approve?
So
Motion.
moved.
Second.
Okay. Kathy Connor?
Yes.
Gina Dimitriadis?
Yes.
Tom High?
Yes.
David Sampson?
Yes.
Rob Weintraub?
Yes.
Lisa Tharp?
Yes.
Susanna Gaspar?
Yes.
And Tom B. Nair?
Yes. Great. So we're moving on now to project number 1, application 26.0900, 308 Commonwealth Avenue. Is there someone here from 308 Commonwealth Avenue, please?
Yes.
Mike, hi.
Hi.
And we're gonna actually put this back to Joe so we can do the staff notes, and then the floor will be yours.
Great. And Michael, is there anyone else that you're representing, or are you the only?
Just me. Just
Okay.
me.
All right, great. Staff notes that 308 Commonwealth Avenue was designed by Samuel D. Kelly in 1889 as a 12-unit apartment building. In 1977, it was converted into 13 condominium units. The proposed work is at the rear yard, remove an Ailanthus tree. Staff recommends approval with provisos, finding that the applicant has submitted a report from an arborist and a structural engineer recommending the tree's removal. However, a suitable replacement tree should be planted at this location to replace the removed tree. So Michael, I do have, here are some images of the tree. I think this is a fairly recent image that was supplied to me by the garden club. And here's one that I took a few weeks ago, about a month ago. And Michael, here's the beginning of the presentation. Just let me know when you'd like me to move forward.
Sure. Now I'm just going to, I've got a little brief set of comments, and then we can go back to that if anybody has any questions. Thank you. My name is Mike Jammen, and most of the commissioners may know me as a partner at Urban Meritage and be familiar with our work on Newbury Street over the last 20 years, including the buildings that house Rolex, Patek Philippe, New Balance, Suit Supply, and most recently Yeti that just opened. I come before you today not in my role as Urban Meritage, but as president of the 308 Commonwealth Condominium Association. We are requesting permission to remove a weed, also known as Ailanthus altissima. According to the report I submitted from Bartlett Tree Experts, the Ailanthus is a non-native invasive species in Massachusetts. It is known for aggressive growth, poor wound compartmentalization, infrastructure damage, and prolific root and basal sprouting. It is also a confirmed primary host species for the spotted lanternfly, which has already been identified in Boston, and according to mass.gov, also targets grapevines, hops, and fruit trees, giving it potential to be a serious agricultural pest. The report states that based on the observed canopy condition, structural pruning impacts, site constraints, root zone disturbances, proximity to structures, and the invasive status of the species, removal of the subject tree is recommended. This weed has already caused the removal of a fence at the rear of 308 Commonwealth and 306 Commonwealth. It has uprooted bricks and was recently found growing more than 20 feet inside of 308 Commonwealth and intruding into our electrical meter banks, meaning that potential foundation damage has occurred or will occur. A report by a structural engineer has also been submitted. I am proposing a two-part plan. First, the removal of the tree, and then later this year, I will submit an application to repair the patio area. This will include a new fence, likely red cedar if approved, and the installation of planters in the areas to create a patio for the unit owners of 308 Commonwealth. We will also be repurposing and relocating a bike room to the door area at the end of the patio and relocating our trash to be stored inside the building in the former bike room. The new fence will have a sliding gate for residents to use their bicycles, and we will replace the existing stairs and remaining pieces of the fence. Restoring this fence will also alleviate a problem with the homeless who sometimes congregate in this area. While I realize losing a weed like this is difficult, my daughter's first word was tree, I believe it is justified in this case. There are also approximately 10 other trees or significant plantings on this side of the alleyway. Thank you in advance for your consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions from the commissioners.
Yeah, Mike, I respectfully have to disagree with you in terms of the need for the removal of this tree. I've read your arborist report. I've also read the report from the Garden Club's certified arborist, and I've read your engineer's report. Now, we have a very rigorous standard for removal of a tree, and this is an important tree because it provides important shade for the alley. And that standard is that it can be removed if it's dead, dying, or diseased, or it can be removed if it's causing documented structural damage. I recognize that your report, both your engineer and your arborist said take it out. But if you read the report, the arborist says that the tree is in fair condition, so it doesn't meet the dead, dying, disease standard. And your engineer indicated that it was not possible to see any damage because of the nature of the basement unit, but that, I'm going to quote this, considering how far below the building the roots have extended, it is a given that the root system has penetrated the mortar joints of the masonry foundation. It is a given is like an assumption. It's probable. It might be. I don't believe that this commission has ever approved the removal of a tree based upon an assumption. And I really don't think that we have the information that we need to say that this is causing structural damage, other than uprooting a few bricks in the parking area, nor that it is in a bad condition. In fact, your own arborist says it's in good or fair condition. So I must say, I am proposing, or I'm prepared to make a motion, and that motion would be to deny this without prejudice, and to ask that you go back and take another look, work with the garden club, see if there aren't ways to avoid having intrusive roots. And then if you find that there is in fact some documentable damage to the building, then you submit a new application. I'm a little bit concerned that the motivation here is less problems with the tree and more a desire to reconfigure the rear parking area. And remember that if you do end up documenting the damage is being done by this tree, you're still going to need to put another tree back there, because that's part of our policy. So that's where I am, and as I say, I'm prepared to make a motion along those lines.
Thank you, Tom. The tree is growing inside of the building by our electrical banks, by the electrical banks now. That's I don't know what more I need to prove that
damage. Your structural engineer indicates that they were not able to establish damage.
Okay, but I think it's kind of unreasonable to assume that the roots are growing just in that one area 20 feet away into the building. They're probably growing in other areas of the building underneath the apartment unit. Without tearing up floors. I mean, the fact that they're coming in up the electrical banks of all areas is pretty damning in itself right there.
Have you explored the various approaches that the Garden Club outlined in their letter to manage the root progression?
I have not seen anything or received anything from the Garden Club.
Oh. Well, perhaps when we get to public comment, we can hear a bit more. They sent a lengthy and very, very comprehensive letter to the commission. So,
okay, more than happy to hear that.
Commissioners, any comments?
So, Mike, I just had a question. If your structural engineer said that they're like, why isn't he able to document the damage in the electrical room if you said it grew into the electrical room?
I mean, we put a photo of the tree growing.
Yeah, but shouldn't the engineer be able to say something? I mean, because
it hasn't gotten into the bank yet. It's right below the bank. So
Okay.
the next place for it is to go into the bank. It's 20 feet away from the trunk of the tree here. So if you go to the structural engineering report, one more. So that photo, the lower photo, that is right in front of the electrical bank. That's 20 feet inside the building.
And
as far as the parking area does not belong to our building. So I'm not looking to reconfigure.
Well, you're reconfiguring the area that is, you described with great detail your plans for what you're going to do when you remove the tree, and how you're going to benefit the the building, which is nice. But that sort of indicates to me that maybe that's the impetus for doing something there.
No, the impetus is the fact that the tree is growing into the electrical bank here. It's just the patio areas. We're restoring a fence that was already taken down by the tree. And then we're trying to create a patio area because we have a homeless issue there too. But the priority here is to get the tree down so it stops growing into the electrical room.
And I have a question for you, Mike. When they were talking about, I mean, I understand the concern with the electrical room. When they were talking about the portion of the tree root that is 20 feet from the trunk, did they give a time frame as to how quickly that grows?
I do not know that, no.
But I understand what it would be concerning.
Yeah, the garden club, I think, could probably give you an estimate of that.
But my point also here is this is where it's visible. It's not growing in a straight line, I'm sure, to the electrical room. So there are other areas that we'd have to be removing floors basically to find this thing. But if I go tear up the apartment and then tear up the floors, I'm sure we'll find other branches of this tree growing inside. It doesn't make any sense for it to grow in a straight line just to the electrical room.
Mike, is there a proposal here to plant a new tree?
I was told that the only type of tree that could live there is this, but I'm more than open to having, if there's something else that can live there, I have no issues about doing that. We were going to put some planters out there anyway. But I don't want to go put the same thing that's this close to the building that's going to just, repeat this damage, in 20 or 30 years. But no, we're more than open to doing something. Yes, that's fine.
Well, that's my concept is that this should be, because we don't have the documentation, perhaps you can, with a little bit more work, some spading, some digging, you can provide the documentation and come back also with a proposal on the tree. But this proposal, I believe we need to not approve.
What do you need to see? That's my question, because it is coming up.
Documentation of damage to the foundation. Documentation that it makes complete sense that it's possible that these roots have spread elsewhere. They're going to go from the tree elsewhere. So what we need to know is this damaging it? And is it possible to use what they call a root dam? I don't know what a root dam is, but root dams are used to protect your building from having this kind of root invasion. It's just not a good precedent for our commission to be approving removal of trees that are healthy and that are important to the alley without having firm evidence.
Okay, but I'm providing you evidence that it's growing into my electrical bank. What more can I provide? So if I provide you additional evidence that it's growing in other places in the foundation, I mean, the fact that it's growing into the electrical bank.
Well, for example, this statement that it is growing into the mortar joints of the masonry foundation. If that's the case, if we have a photograph of that, which you could get by just digging down, then we know that we're on firm ground.
Okay, but how would it have gotten into the building if it didn't go through the mortar joints?
I'm not going to postulate that.
Okay.
Kathy, it might benefit if we had comments from the garden club before we vote.
Okay. And any other, as far as, Rob, I may call on you if you don't mind, also as a property owner who probably has experience with this also, would you be willing to make a comment here?
Not without seeing it in person.
Okay. Okay. Any other comments from commissioners before we move in a different direction? Mike, I'm going to say, I think you did certainly what we asked you to do in the sense of going to or what you needed to do, going to a structural engineer, and giving a little history as far as the tree itself. Is it a possibility that you might be able to get a little more in-depth information from your structural engineer?
I can try. We're going to have to tear up a piece of the foundation to, I would think, to be able to get a visual. We have to tear up or dig something by the foundation to see the roots actually penetrate that. But I don't necessarily know what good that does, because the fact it is already in the building, so it had to have gone through the foundation. I can't come up with another way it gets into the building without going through the foundation.
Okay.
Love to hear from the garden club.
Great. Why don't we do that? Is there someone from the garden club that's prepared to speak?
Or Kathy, do you want to open up to public comment, and that way we'll start?
Yeah,
with the
you have something, Joe. That is absolutely the proper way to do it. Thank you. Let's open up to the public, and I'll just read the notation, and then we'll move to that. Members of the public will now have an opportunity to ask questions and provide public comment on applications and discussions. To do so, please raise your hand in the application via the Zoom meeting platform. If you're calling in and cannot use the platform, you may press *9 to raise your hand, or you may send your questions to staff via email at backbayac@boston.gov. Public comment will be limited to 2 minutes per person and should be focused on the project's exterior architectural features, which includes landscaping. Issues related to use, street traffic, and noise are outside of the commission's purview. All right. And is there someone did I see Lori out there from the garden club?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Lori. If you could give some feedback, please, Lori.
Sure. Lori Thomas representing the Garden Club, and Margaret Picorni is also here, so she may also want to be unmuted, so she can join me here. I was going to read my 2-minute prepared rebuttal here, which pretty much summarized my report, but if you'd rather have a discussion about some of the issues that you've just raised, I'll try to do my best with that. It sounds like the main problem here is that there's been a misinterpretation of the crawl space growth. The applicant is saying that this is proof of foundation penetration, but if you know anything about Back Bay architecture, and I don't know a whole lot, there's a different reality here. Buildings of this era are on deep wooden piles, and then there are massive stone caps on top of those, and then there are crawl space floors that are traditionally unpaved dirt. So what this photo is actually showing you is a sort of shallow, horizontal, lateral root, you know, the very spready little roots that come out of trees and can travel 3 times the size of their height. So there are probably roots like this that are 100 feet away, not just 20 feet away. And I'll mention that there's a 70-foot oak at 302 Commonwealth Avenue, and there are probably roots from that underneath 308. So what it's showing is that these roots have grown through the soft subsoil underneath the alley pavement, and they've just emerged into a dirt floor where they're seeing light, which could be coming from, I don't know, a window or a vent. So according to our 2 ISA certified arborists, Claire Corcoran and Norm Healy, this is a completely normal situation. Norm sees it when there are 5-foot tall shrubs planted at a building's foundation. It's basically a maintenance issue, he says. You can clear out the roots. If it's really bothering you, you can install a root barrier. This is quite a typical situation, and nothing that anyone in the community that I've spoken to finds upsetting. So they say it's a superficial maintenance item, easily resolved by clipping the root and sealing the light source. It's not a structural failure warranting the discretion of a 40-year-old canopy tree. So the fact that they're worried about their electrical, I mean, again, I'm not an arborist. I wish I was, and Margaret should be welcome to chime in here. The way roots grow is they grow 1 cell at a time. They're very soft. They look for opportunistic areas. Sort of like melted cheese. They're not like drills going through stone foundations. They seek water. So if there's water in your electrical room, you might have roots. But if you have a dry electrical area, you're not going to have roots. And I hope that's helpful. And please feel free to chime in, Margaret. And if you have any other questions for me, let me know. I hope you all had a chance to see my report, which rebuts their arborist report. I have high respect for their arborist. But he was not able to point to any removal criteria. And I agree with Tom that this is the point here, that we need to see demonstrated proof. Otherwise, it's going to set a very bad precedent and we are going to have to remove lots and lots of trees. Kathleen, you're muted.
So sorry, the bell kept ringing here and I didn't want to disturb everyone. Thank you for that, Laurie. Margaret, are you available? Joe, do you see Margaret at all?
I'm looking for her.
She was there. She may have, yep, I think she's here. I do see her.
Oh, okay, Margaret, you're unmuted if you'd like to make a comment.
There may be other public comments. It may be that she stepped away. There she is, or was.
I'm here. There I am.
Okay, welcome, Margaret.
I'm sorry. The muting thing is difficult. I agree with what Laurie has said, and from the photograph of that was shown, it looks like these are the very fine sort of feeder roots that are not really able to do much damage and are easily clipped back and treated in the way that Laurie described. There's also, if you're concerned about larger roots, which are mostly much deeper than what you're talking about, there can be excavation done on the exterior of the building and a root shield placed against the foundation if you find that there are roots that are coming through that are large. But from what I can see from the photograph, it doesn't look like this is a serious issue. With a pruning shear, somebody could crawl under there and keep them away from the electrical system. Also, the idea of this tree being invasive, it has been declared that, but in the Back Bay, the Ailanthus is one of the only trees that has been able to survive in the alleys, and they're important features in the neighborhood. And because of the controlled nature of the landscape in an urban landscape, the propagation of Ailanthus voluntarily is very limited. It doesn't really invade the Back Bay as it can maybe do in some more uncontrolled environments. So this is an important tree. It's a healthy tree. It would be a shame to lose it. It's also a shame that there was no alternate planting suggested should this tree be removed. And I would strongly hope that the commission would not let this set a precedent where where some root system can't be dealt with. I mean, you've done this in other places like the Chilton Club, where they did put in one of these root barriers where there was significant damage to this front staircase by a different species of tree. But there is a precedent for trying to deal with these roots. So thank you, commissioners.
Thank you, Margaret. Sturge.
Good evening, commissioners, Kathy and commissioners. Talking about the two comments that I have regarding this, I will defer to the Garden Club for all the technical expertise that you just give. But to me, if the application here is to remove a tree, that application before it's voted should include also which tree it will be replaced with, what will be the location of that tree, and what would be the landscaping around that tree. We recommend usually to have irrigation, to have things to prevent exactly the kind of situation that's being discussed here. So I have the feeling that the application is incomplete in that form compared to other applications we've seen for similar things. The second point is, given the size of this tree and the space that it takes, the 60 feet tree, before the commission probably envisioned to make a decision to allow this tree to be cut, a replacement tree for growing into that size, I may be actually in my grave before I see a tree planted to grow to that size. So I think it warrants the commission to be careful on this and to make a pure determination that is absolutely there's no alternatives when we have a tree of that nature, and a tree that is not posing any danger to the public and that is not on the verge of falling, which was different than the case that we heard last month at 116, where there was the evident danger of the tree falling. So I think we need to be conservative in the approach with these type of decisions. Thank you.
Oh, Kathy, you're muted.
So sorry, I keep doing that because of the noise here. I apologize. Matthew, Lena, please.
Matthew, you should be able to mute yourself.
Yep, it took me a while to find the right button. First, a couple of miscellaneous things. Applicant said that the growth that was shown in the photo was 20 feet inside the building. That actually isn't what the report said. The report said that this growth was inside the building 20 feet from the trunk of the tree. Undoubtedly, this means it's 20 feet along the exterior wall and then inside the exterior wall. And as was pointed out earlier, there's no reason to conclude that this came through the mortar. It could have gone underneath foundation elements to reach that. The other point I want to make is that in this house, like every other essentially residential house in Back Bay, the electrical service comes from the street, not the alley, which tells me that if there actually is something growing into the meter bank, it is just as likely or more likely that that is some other organism that has found its way into the electrical conduits from the front of the building and made its way to the meter bank through those conduits. So there's no reason to conclude it's this tree. Finally, with the Commission's indulgence, I'm going to quote George Orwell, because George Orwell, 80 years ago, wrote something about tree removal. Actually, I'm lying. He didn't. He was writing about the removal of something else, but I'm going to substitute the word tree. Here's what he wrote. A tree is a source of pleasure which admittedly requires attention and care, makes messes, and can be troublesome at times. But all these same things may be said with equal truth of a baby. So I would leave the Commission with that thought about, throwing out trees because they're troublesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Joe, do you see any other hands, or is there anything else we need to read through email?
No, we did receive a written comment from Lisa Blumenthal in favor of keeping the tree, and I distributed that to the commissioners.
So we go on to the motion then.
Okay.
Could I make a comment to rebut any of this?
Please. Yes, Michael, please.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. So the meter bank is actually towards the front of the building. So the 20 feet, or let's just say, given that the tree is probably 2 or 3 feet away from the building, 17 feet, it's in the front of the building is where the meter bank is, where the electrical service is. So and there's no other plantings, in that alley or in that area behind it. So it is the tree that is causing this.
Mike, may I ask, you at one point said it's in the electrical bank, and then at another point you said it was.
It's at the electrical bank. It's starting to grow up the meter bases. We cut back some of it when we first saw it, and then those are the remnants that I saw that are now below there. Also, we are more than open to replacing the tree with the guidance of the Back Bay Garden Club. There's no issues with that at all. We just haven't had any comment from them on what would be appropriate to replace there. So,
and based on what we heard from the Garden Club, we cannot. It sounds like we cannot be sure that the offending root at the electrical bank is in fact from this tree versus perhaps another tree in the neighborhood.
I don't know how it seems to be of the same type tree, but I don't know. I mean, yes, the 302 Commonwealth is what, 60 feet away, 70 feet away. I don't know. I mean, it would seem to me, the evidence would be that if you look at where the bricks have been disturbed and where the roots seem to be growing, the electrical bank is directly in the way of that. I haven't seen another tree anywhere near that area that could possibly be doing this, but am I 100% sure that it is this tree? No, it's entirely possible.
You could determine that because in your photograph,
Margaret, I'm sorry, Margaret, this isn't a discussion. You've made your public comment, so unless you're called on.
Mike, were you done with your comment,
I'm
Mike?
done. Yeah, that's unless anybody has any other questions. Yes.
Are you
Okay.
ready for the motion?
Commissioners, any other comments from you? No? Okay, let's proceed.
Okay, I move that the application be denied without prejudice, with the proviso that the applicant should work with the Garden Club of the Back Bay to explore measures to prevent potential damage from the tree. And if there is documented structural damage that warrants the tree's removal, a new application should be submitted, which also indicates the species of tree which will replace it and where in the rear yard the new tree will be located.
Second.
Okay, Kathy Connor,
Yes.
Gina Dimitriadis,
Yes.
Tom High,
Yes.
David Sampson,
Yes.
Rob Weintraub,
Yes.
Lisa Tharp,
Yes.
Susanna Gaspar,
Yes.
Tom B. Nair.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mike, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, in the Garden Club. Okay, let's move on to project number 2, application 26.0879. That's 226 Beacon Street. Is there someone here from 226 Beacon Street, please?
If there are, I think I've made most of the team here co-hosts, so if you could introduce yourselves.
Yes, I'm Eric Daum from Carpenter and McNeil. I am the project architect for the project. Also, William Young will be presenting for us the initial part of the presentation.
All right. And William, do you want to share your own screen?
No, thank you.
You'll just let me know when to move forward.
Hi, William. Welcome.
Hi, Commissioner Connor, Chairman Connor. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is William Young. I'm the
William, I'll just make my comments and then.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep, that's okay. Staff notes that 226 Beacon Street is a 5-story stone row house built in 1864. And just to remind you, the proposed work is to replace 16 windows with historically appropriate wood windows at front facade, reconstruct entry portico with new stoop and steps, along with restoration of the rusticated base at the lower level facade, reconstruct the historic street fence and installing new planting. At rear addition, replace roof, membrane, and paving, install outdoor kitchen and lighting, and repair masonry, and enlarge window opening at rear elevation. Staff recommends approval with provisos, finding that the proposed work closely restores the entrance to this building. However, the proposed addition of an increased window opening at the rear of the building is inconsistent with the design guidelines for the residential area of the district and should be eliminated from the proposed scope of work for this project. So, William, you can just let me know when to move forward.
Thank you very much. Would it be possible for Carpenter and McNeil to share their screen?
Yeah, Joanne Powell from our office will be operating the slideshow.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Well, again, good afternoon, commissioners. My name is William Young. I've had the pleasure of being the historic consultant on this project. I'm joined by Eric Daum and Joanne Powell of Carpenter and McNeil. As indicated in the staff comments, this building is from 1864. It is one of a mirror image pair with its neighbor to the west at 228. The two buildings were originally a mirror image at both the front and rear elevations. In the 20th century, the original projecting entry vestibule and stoop conditions that existed at the street facade were removed. And at the rear, a large Hopes type steel casement window was introduced at 228. So the original symmetrical mirror image relationship of the two buildings at both their front and rear elevations has been lost. Our clients have recently acquired the building and are very eager to address the deficits of the 20th century alterations, which involved the removal of the vestibule and stoop and the introduction of a very underwhelming, shall we say, basement level entrance. Until about 10 or 12 years ago, the entire facade had been painted yellow and a permastone cladding had been affixed to the exposed basement entrance. Those intrusive treatments have been mitigated somewhat by the repainting of the facade to a plausible brownstone color, but the larger challenge of the underwhelming entry condition has persisted. Very pleased to say that our clients have committed to the restoration of the vestibule and have obtained the necessary zoning relief to reintroduce that volume, which will be projecting beyond the setback line. The reconstruction of the vestibule and stoop has been carefully guided by historic photographs, both from the 19th century and very helpfully taken by Bainbridge Bunting in the early 1940s, and also by historic Bromley maps that demonstrate the footprint of the vestibule and stoop projections.
So William, I'm going to take over. Again, I'm
Yes,
Eric Daum
yes.
from Carpenter McNeil. So looking, actually, Joanne, could we go back one slide? So just on the left is the condition of the 228 and 226 when they were built in circa 1867. I guess they were built in 1864. Prior to 1942, the portico had been removed at 228 and the entry moved to the basement level, and a oriel window which conformed roughly to the shape of the original portico was inserted, but the original portico was still intact at 226. And then this circa 2013 photograph shows that the portico had been removed sometime in the early 1960s, and this permastone base had been installed. Next slide, please. So going to the Bromley maps, we've highlighted with that red rectangle the areas of where 226 and 228 are. So if we can zoom in on the next slide. So the arrow points to 226, and you can see the projecting portico at both 228 and 226, and the portico 226 projects at about, based upon the Bromley map, and we looked at a number of them through years, to about the projection of the adjacent bay window at 224. Next. So a view of down Beacon Street, circa 1885, showing the two porticos sort of in the center of the screen. So again, giving a sense of the orientation of the stoops and the porticos, and how this is actually an unusual entry type along Beacon Street. Next. Detailed photograph from 1941 showing the portico. And next. Just a view down Beacon Street looking west, showing the regular rhythm of the entry stoops and then the absence of the stoop presently at 226. Next slide. So current condition of the facade, it's been painted a brownstone-like color, but still it lacks the maintenance of that rhythm down Beacon Street. Next slide. And detail of the entry court. Next. Fence condition at 228, there still is a remnant of the original iron fence, which we are going to restore on our property. And the brownstone curb, and then in this detail shot showing the intersection or the joint between 226 and 228, you can see that we can still see the basement level, the belt course molding just above the rusticated base, the shape of the keystone. So we were able to use those details and dimensions in order to prepare our design for the restoration of 226. Next slide. Detail plans. So on the left is a garden level plan. So steps up in the center, a small gate and stone bollards, and step down to a lower level entry, which would be underneath the portico. So we'll be restoring the window to the east to match the window to the left, and the door will be placed in the center. At the first floor level, steps up to a landing, iron railings, entry vestibule, and a pair of doors leading into the house. Next slide. Side elevations showing the jointing of the cast stone, the rusticated base continuing underneath the stringers of the stairs on the side elevations, and then the front elevation. We were able, because the existing belt courses on the building actually are the architrave and the corona of the cornice for the portico, that we were able to proportion the portico appropriately. And then the rusticated base again picks up the dimensions and details that we are able to observe at 228. Next, the section detail through the portico, transversely looking toward the new front door at the interior of the house, and a cross section showing the little storage area underneath the stairs and the entry area outside the basement entry.
May I ask a question now, or would you rather we wait?
No, certainly.
The depth of the portico, I think, and by the way, thank you for having measurements on your drawing. Sometimes we have drawings that aren't measured. I believe is about 4.4 feet 4 inches.
Correct.
And the original deed restrictions specified 3.5 inches, 3 feet 6 inches. So this is pretty close. It sticks out a little further than the original, but I think it's, it's believable, especially when you take a look at the oriel next door. Does the front of the portico extend any further than the front face of the oriel at 228?
No, it does not. And actually, William, I believe you had some comment about the deed restriction along Beacon Street.
Insofar as the setbacks being more laxly enforced in the earliest period of the neighborhood's development?
Yes.
Yes.
So the projection, and based upon the Bromley maps, we've adhered to the projection of the adjacent bay window.
I think what you've done is fine. I've worked a lot with the Bromley maps, and I can tell you, you cannot rely upon those for measurement comparisons. They are not as precise as one would hope. But having said that, visually, especially with the oriel next door, I think it works very nicely, and I'm entirely in support of it. So.
Okay, thank you.
The alignment with the larger bay at 224, I think should also be mentioned as a reference point.
So I guess the next slide.
Yes, do you have the projection of 224?
We measured it ourselves. We believe it to be about that 4 feet 6 inches.
Thank you.
So I think we're a little less actually than the projection of 224.
Yeah, and about the same as 228.
So here are two computer renderings of the proposed portico superimposed on the existing photographs of the facade, just to give a sense of how it might appear. And the next slide. So I'm going to turn it over to Elliot Brundage, the landscape architect, so he can discuss the landscape plan.
Thank you, Eric. Good afternoon, members of the committee. As part of the restoration of the portico and the front facade, we put together a landscape plan. As you can see, it's a fairly organized, it's a small space, but it's fairly organized. We have some mixed perennials in there. We have introduced one flowering shrub, and per the request of the garden club, introduced a new tree. So we'll be putting together, introducing a larger tree, a 12 to 14-foot Japanese maple, and it's a Sango Kaku, which will be probably around 2.5 to 3 inch caliper. So a sizable tree for that space, and I think it's an appropriate scale to the space as well. And then moving back towards the building itself, currently the status is it's all mulch in there. We wanted to introduce a gravel maintenance strip to sort of pull any organic material away from the building facade. So that'll facilitate some cleanup and actually be a nicer look. We did receive some comments from the garden club, and they had some suggestions for particular plants that would substitute for what I've proposed here. Some of the hosta and the Hakone grass would be pretty delicious to some of the rabbits in the neighborhood. So we're going to be working with the garden club to put together a palette of plants that will be hopefully more resistant to or not as palatable to the rabbits, and yet keeping the same idea and beautifying this space for the project.
Okay. Next slide. So just a list of the materials that we're looking at. The portico will be constructed of cast stone. The example in the upper right-hand photograph is the Essex Institute for Savings, and we would be that's actually an example of a cast stone imitating brownstone. The wrought iron railing, we're working with Hammersmith Studios in Canton. You can see in the lower right-hand photograph, they've already replicated a sample reconstruction of the lower portion of that railing based upon their measurements and study of the existing railings that are still intact at 228. Next. For the paving, in the front courtyard, we are looking at bluestone on the lower level, and some brick as well. And then detailed photographs showing the existing, on the lower left, the existing arch top window with keystone at 228 at the garden level, and the existing condition of the window immediately adjacent to it at 226, and then a detailed photograph which shows that there are remnants of the original brownstone tucked behind this permacast facade. Next slide. Photograph from 1941 of the original double door. Because of the size of the opening, the leaves of these doors are actually quite small. So we're proposing replicating the look of the original door, but as a single leaf door with a fixed style down the center with an applied astragal. But the moldings will actually replicate the original door. For the hardware, we're still looking, we would like to replicate the original locks, something like the original lock set, which was just a round knob. And we'll work with our hardware vendor to come up with something that's a little more approximate. But this Baldwin sample on the right-hand side is, I think, pretty approximate other than the rear backing plate. For the entry sconce, we're looking at urban archaeology sconces. The original building did not have light fixtures on the outside, but because of the modern building code, we're required to light the landing. And so we wanted to come up with something that was period appropriate and in scale with the facade. Next. So now we're looking at the rear facade. And William, I'm going to turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Eric. So as you can see on the right-hand half of the screen, the existing condition is one of two vertically proportioned openings at each level from the first through the fourth floors with a dormer at the mansard level. And this condition presumably once existed next door to the west at 228. We have a photo next, I believe. Okay, so in 1938, we understand the second floor. Here we are. Thank you. The second floor rear openings at 228 were modified. They were combined into a single opening that follows the radius of the elevation, and a Hope's type steel casement window system, sort of a studio window, was introduced within that widened opening. Our clients would like very much to replicate the scale of that opening that exists at the sister building, but to do so in a fashion that is more sympathetic to the original structure by incorporating a brownstone tinted precast lintel and multi-light wood sash, which as you see would be configured as 3/3 in the center and 2/2 at the narrower flankers.
William?
Yes.
I am very impressed with what you're doing in the front. And this whole project, I think, looks very nice. I agree with Joe that this is the one thorn for me. And I think that as we think about it, we need to look not at your drawing, which, one can squint and say, yeah, that looks okay, but at the photograph, because when you think of this window on a bow, it is really, really intrusive and not architecturally consistent. And you're not achieving or restoring symmetry between the two buildings, because although the opening is the same, the design is, and I'm not suggesting that you adopt the design of 228, but it seems to me that from an architectural standpoint and a historic standpoint, and from the standpoint of our guidelines, creating that large a window and taking out that much of original masonry is not something that we would want to approve. So argue back, because I know you have good reasons.
Well, thank you, Tom. And yes, we certainly anticipated some observations of this kind. The commission, not so very long ago, was sometimes receptive to the introduction of wider openings at rear elevations if undertaken in tandem with the restoration of major facade features. So this has been done at a number of addresses. And we see some of them here at 55 Commonwealth Avenue to the left. A missing stoop was restored, and an entirely new garage was built in the rear yard of that property. At 4547 Commonwealth Avenue, a garage opening was introduced in a fashion where it was considered to be offset, if you will, by the removal of an extremely intrusive aluminum sided rooftop addition that overhung the original mansard. And then at 15 Commonwealth Avenue, a garage bay was approved at the rear elevation as it was understood at the time, recognition of the full restoration of the facade, which had been redesigned in the colonial revival style in the early 20th century, to the loss of its original 2/2 19th century fenestration and parapet balustrade. So there has been a history of rear elevation alterations being approved in tandem with restorative efforts undertaken at the street facade.
Yes,
I think there have been fewer of these of late, although I'm put in mind of 53 Hereford Street, where storefront windows were allowed on the Newbury Street elevation. As I would again characterize it, in recognition of the removal of a very intrusive penthouse
yes.
at that building's roof level. So what is being proposed here is not without precedent, and it is not being proposed at a building which has survived to the present time in a pristine, unaltered condition at either front or rear elevation. And I would hope commissioners would give that circumstance some consideration. And I will mention, because I have a long relationship with the commission, of which I'm very proud, I believe the circumstances at this building and its mirror image twin are unusual enough that they would be unlikely to be encountered elsewhere, and I think the commission would be insulated against a troublesome precedent to extend some accommodation, given the gift to the streetscape that the restored vestibule and stoop will be. Thank you.
You mentioned several examples, all of which are very good ones, and another one is 321, 323 Marlborough, which I believe you worked on, where in exchange for restoration of the front facades, a rear garage entry was allowed in the rear. Most of the examples are garage examples or other examples where, while obviously significant changes, they were not quite as jarring as what's being proposed here. I'm sympathetic to your argument. I'm also sympathetic to Joe's view that this is really rather extreme in terms of how it creates an impression on the bow. Is there any way to change or moderate the design so it isn't quite so in your face, for lack of a better example or a better term?
Would you entertain brick piers?
I don't know. I mean, I'm troubled by how it looks. I understand the I'll call it trade-off that you're talking about, and we have approved those in the past. But usually it's in a circumstance where it is not quite as, that's a very good photo. That gives us a good comparison. It's a pretty stark change, but maybe I'm overreacting. So.
Well, no, I think very few people know the neighborhood with the fine grain you bring to it. But I will certainly mention that I believe if the commission were to deny this item of the application without prejudice, we would be happy to work up some alternatives that might strike a middle ground between what exists at 226 and the very horizontal configuration of
Yeah,
228.
I think that might be a reasonable approach. I didn't mean to spin us off on this one issue. I have a lot more, but I think that what you just described would make sense to me, and I'd be willing to propose that in a motion.
Commissioners, any other comments regarding that?
So shall we move on to the third part of the presentation?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Daum.
A garage was built on the rear of the building circa 2011. There has been some serious water infiltration from the terrace at the first floor level into the garage below. It seems as though the membrane roofing underneath the paving had failed and had been improperly installed. There's also created some damage to the sidewalls of the building adjacent at 228. This is the photograph on the right is from the garden at 228, and on the left is the parking lot behind 224. So we are proposing to remove the membrane roof that's currently there, install a new membrane roof, and then new paving, which, and this was the original condition that we inherited. So you can see that in the center section, someone had installed an AstroTurf-like material directly over the membrane roof. The other paving seemed to be a sandstone. We weren't entirely sure what the species of it was. And next slide, please. We're proposing to go, that's the membrane roof now that the original paving has been removed. And you can see that there's a turned up grill in the center, which was allowing some water infiltration. And so we're concerned with structural damage, so we need to deal with this as fast as possible. Next. Just more conditions. So what we're proposing is a new paving pattern, which would be a bluestone border with a brick and a herringbone, creating a carpet-like surface centered around the lowered portion on the left and on the raised portion, which is toward Back Street on the left. We're also proposing a new outdoor kitchen, which would be a soapstone countertop with a stucco base and stainless steel appliances, and that would all be below the level of the parapet. And then here's a colored rendering just showing how that might look. In addition, there'll be some boxwood hedges over at the northern end of the terrace. The ramp from the pedestrian bridge over to the esplanade is actually quite close to the property. So this is an opportunity to provide some privacy for our clients when they're using the terrace. And next slide. Here are examples of the material. So on the so in addition, we'll be repointing some of the brick. There's been some missing mortar on the side walls. Our proposed bluestone paving and the brick paving, the soapstone counter, and then low voltage step lights around the perimeter of the interior of the terrace, just to provide safety at the steps because there are elevation changes within the terrace. And then low voltage planter lights. Thank you. Janet Wu, who's one of our clients, has requested an opportunity to speak as well on behalf of the window on the back. So I'm going to turn it over to her.
Sure. Let me just find her and I'll make her a... Okay, Janet, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Hello, you can't see me, but I hope you can.
We can hear you.
Having an echo here, so I hope you can hear me clearly right now.
Yes.
Thank you for listening to this presentation. I just want to quickly say that We were looking for a condo in the Back Bay a year and a half ago. We wanted something that was easy and we wanted something that we can move into because we're getting a little bit older. But we came upon this house that basically no one wanted. It was on the market on and off for more than 6 years. And we were heard from multiple realtors because it went through 3 different listings that people would walk by and keep driving when they saw the front. No one wanted to take on this project. And the people who lived before us, who decided to acquire all the units, also did not want to spend the time and money to do this project. We fell in love with this house. It is unusual, it's tall, it's a little dark for Beacon Street. When we looked into doing the portico, it was so much more in time, money, and other resources than we ever imagined. It's basically twice what I had paid on my condo and what we were planning to do anything with this house. We have thoughtfully conformed to all the suggestions. We had to battle through a lot of zoning issues and everything because we really feel strongly about trying to restore this. I want to remind the commissioners that this house is part of a very ugly and sad stretch of Beacon Street because these 7 townhouses were slated to be demolished and replaced by a very large, ugly 197 unit building that looked kind of like 180. Thankfully, the commission formed right before that happened and blocked this project. But what happened is that these 7 townhouses and row houses fell into disarray. They all became multi-unit rooming houses. And unfortunately, the damage that's been done to these 7 can no longer be replaced except for this one house that sits in the middle of it. Our former twin, 228, is now physically joined with 230. It has multiple units, and it also has many problems with it. When that back window was open, and we did some research because we were sad about the twin aspect being lost, we thought about the back window for 2 reasons. One, it would be the only thing that we are doing from the inside of the house that would give us increased enjoyment. For now, in order to build a front portico, my partner and I had to decide to forego all other projects in the house, including a functional kitchen. We have a kitchen that is not up to code and doesn't work, so we use a microwave. But we decided that restoring the outside would be something that could add to the neighborhood and also make us feel good when we're entering the house. But to be honest, the inside of the house is also very important to us because we're going to enter through the back, through the garage more than we enter the front. We worked very hard to try to find a solution for that back window for a couple of reasons. Number one, again, this is a very dark house. Secondly, if you stand in the back of Back Street and look up and down the block, all the windows have been altered. They've all been opened up, and frankly, they're all pretty ugly. Next to us at 228, it looks like New Orleans. There's little metal and, decks and everything with wide open windows. We thought that opening it would be the only chance that we could restore some twin aspect to our neighbor. That's the only thing that we can do because everything else is lost. Yes, they also have a garage, but that garage are 3 housing units. So that's why we requested this. When we were going through this process, we were talking to our other neighbors. People were like, well, ask for this or that or this or that. And we decided not to do that. We just decided to ask for one thing as we undertake this, partly because we have a very limited budget, also because we didn't want to ask for what we thought was unreasonable. But I want to appeal to all of you because if there was a streetscape where we could stand on Back Street and look up and see the backs of some of these townhouses as they might have looked, I can understand saying, well, let's keep it as it was in 1864 with very little light. But sadly, from the pedestrian bridge, from the walk, from the alleyway, from Back Street, there is nothing that is left. And to either side of us, the windows have been altered. To the left, it's now under scaffolding, but center windows have been added to that building. And sadly, they have not been added uniformly. They are here and there. To our right, you see what's happened at 228. And then if you move up to 230, the whole backs have been completely opened up to look at New Orleans. So before you make a final decision on that, I would ask you that you reconsider, because we have been carefully considered what we could afford and what we wanted to do. At one point, we also felt like our predecessors that we were just going to walk away and not deal with this. Honestly, Matt Damon lived here for 2 years and he was fine with an ugly front. He was a renter, but it gave him lots and lots of privacy. I can only tell you, as we've moved forward to try to do everything to embrace exactly what this commission has requested, including having to do a lot of design time because the codes are very different now than they were in 1864. And I had to spend a lot of time explaining to people why we needed a slightly larger portico, because doors are no longer, meant for 5 feet women like me. They're larger for regular people. So I would, before we commit to doing this project in the front, have some idea if there is a solution for the back. Again, to add something that's a little bit more beautiful in the back, to also add to our twin, and also to allow a little bit of light to come into a very, very narrow townhouse, to see what can be done. My final word is, I've spent weeks and months since I moved in here, walking up and down every alleyway and up and down back street. I've taken pictures and I've flooded my poor consultants with all the pictures. And frankly, I can't really find a lot of rear elevations that look like ours anymore. They've all been upgraded. I find that they are beautiful, and I find they're beautiful from the inside and out. We'd like to have some sort of solution that's beautiful from the outside that looks a little bit beautiful from the inside, because right now, when you look out the building, you look to a wall. When I look to my right, the angled window looks towards scaffolding to 224, which frankly is about to fall down. And if you look at 228, it's a disaster. It's very, very sad. And they've also are dealing with a lot of things. My partner and I feel like we are, explorers and trying to set our feet and our ownership into this one sad building in this stretch of sad buildings that were sadly neglected and all fell apart. You can come and visit. There is not one brownstone within these 7 that were preserved with beauty. They all were neglected after that large brick building replacement was denied. But I'm going to tell you, no one else wanted to take this on. And I think this is a small thing to ask for some light on one level that would not be jarring when you look at what's been happening to our left, to our right, and up and down the block, which I'm happy to send you pictures, that we can find some kind of solution, because we are worried about this before we try to commit to a project that we know is basically going to suck all of our resources out. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Janet. Okay, and any other comments from commissioners? Is someone ready to make a motion?
I'm ready to make a motion, but I would like to get the sense of the commission. What William has suggested, and what made sense to me, is that we deny the window without prejudice so that they could come back with several alternatives that might make it a little bit less jarring than what's being proposed. He's also presented the fact, which is correct, that we have in the past approved modifications which were not within the guidelines on the rear facades when there have been significant upgrades on the front facades, which is what is occurring here. How do the other commissioners feel about that?
Seems reasonable.
Yeah, I mean, I would not vote for the window as currently presented. I think it's completely inappropriate. So I don't know if I'll get past that, but they want to try again.
Yeah. Because it seems to me that if they could come up with something, and as I say, I'm not sure what it would be, but this is clearly a very creative team that's done a good job on the front. What I would be proposing as a motion would be an approval with the denial without prejudice of the rear window, with the understanding that they're coming back with alternatives. and we can see whether they can improve upon. So that's what I would propose as a motion.
I think there are two issues with that window. One of them is the masonry opening, the size of the masonry opening, and the other one is the subdivision. It's a very industrial looking subdivision. And I think it might be helpful to the applicant to understand what our stance on these two issues are. Are we willing to consider solutions that would keep the masonry opening as wide and kind of square proportioned, unlike anything else, as is? And is it really just the window proportions that we're looking to change, or are we unhappy with the masonry opening? I would like to see solutions for keeping the masonry opening as it is also. I think there could be some nice solutions that would look a little bit more appropriate, but keep the same amount of light that comes into the apartment.
Yeah. I think this giving some more time to explore those possibilities makes sense, and it's not going to, I don't think, interrupt the schedule for anything else that they're planning. So,
thank you, commissioners. Shall we go to public comment? Members of the public will now have an opportunity to ask questions and provide public comment on applications and discussions. To do so, please raise your hand in the application via the Zoom meeting platform. If you're calling in and cannot use the platform, you may press *9 to raise your hand, or you may send your questions to staff via email at backbayac@boston.gov. Public comment will be limited to 2 minutes per person and should be focused on a project's exterior architectural features, which include landscaping. Issues related to use, street traffic, and noise are outside of the commission's purview. And Serge, I see that your hand has been up for a while.
Yeah, thank you again, Serge Savard, co-chair of the Architecture Committee and chairman of NAB. We are sympathetic to the comments that Ms. Wood just gave for the window at the back. Actually, the 1939 restoration of the building beside is something that we studied to actually determine the dimension of the portico, and we found out that on the plans for the 228, it was around 4 feet. So the dimensions were very close. So we're very much in approval of the restoration that is done in the front. But our committee had the exact same issue with the look and the appearance of the window. I think the argument that is made that more light at the back would be beneficial, I think we all relate to. But we were feeling that the rendering and what was proposed was not helping this building, and obviously the neighbor was not a very good example to follow. So on that front, we will be a little bit in the same position as the commission. I believe that we think that additional views there. One thought that I do have is the applicant seems to say that, for them, they won't invest a lot of money if they cannot get some light in. So I'm not sure if another option also is to continue this application in the next meeting, and the applicant could present alternative design for the window at the back at a subsequent meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Serge. Sue.
Yes.
Yep. A very quick thing that occurred to me as I saw the presentation, which was excellent. I kind of personally question the use of brick on the top of the on the deck out in the back, because brick is getting so hot these days that I think it might be something that they might want to take another look at. I mean, it's not an architectural issue, but it's just a practicality issue. So I just wanted to put that one out there in case they wanted to reconsider it. I'm pleased that they're willing to take another look at the window, and I hope this will all go very smoothly from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Lori.
Lori, where did you go? Okay. You should be able to unmute now.
Yes, I'm unmuted. Thank you, Joe. Lori Thomas speaking for the Architecture Committee, which I co-chair with Serge. I want to say I'm very grateful to the architect, the applicants, and to William Young for all the work that they did to make the front of this building so close to what it originally was. It's such a monstrosity now, and it's doubly important because that sister building next door should eventually undergo the same kind of restoration. So this will set a standard for that, that will be easier for them to follow. When that sister building is restored, I think we're going to want to see that Art Deco style multi-pane window disappear back there, just as much as we want to see the front improved. So to try to use that same glass area as a model on this house, I think works quite the opposite. So I'm also looking forward to seeing other designs, but I don't think we should be thinking about copying or trying to echo anything that's next door, because someday we're going to want that building to look quite a lot like this one's going to look, and that's going to be very beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Joe, do you see any other?
Nope, not seeing any other hands or written comments.
Thank you. Then let's go back to the motion, Tom.
Move that the project is approved with a proviso that the proposed enlargement of the second-story rear window is denied without prejudice to permit the applicant to present alternative designs.
Do we have a second?
I second.
Okay. And I'll just note that David Sampson had to leave the hearing at 6 o'clock. So Kathy Connor?
Yes.
Jeannie Demetriadis?
Yes.
Tom High?
Yes.
Rob Weintraub?
Yes.
Lisa Tharp?
Yes.
Susanna Gaspar?
Yes.
And Tom V. Nair.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Now we're moving on to, you're welcome. Moving on to project number 3, application 26.0999, 169 Commonwealth Avenue. Do we have someone here from 169 Commonwealth Avenue, please?
Zach, you should be able to unmute yourself. Zach Millay.
I'm muted. Sorry, I'm here.
Great. I'll just read my comments. This is for application 26.0896, 169 Commonwealth Avenue. The proposed work is that roof replace existing rubber membrane roofing, remove existing head house and erect a penthouse and install a roof deck. Staff notes that 169 Commonwealth Avenue is a 4-story brick row house designed by Peabody and Stearns Architects in 1879 to 1880. At the May 13th, 2026 hearing, the commission approved window replacement at this property along with the insertion of a new window opening at the rear elevation. Staff recommends approval, finding that the proposed work is consistent with the design guidelines for the residential area of the district and will not be visible from the Commonwealth Avenue Mall or rear alley. So I went out and tried to look for the mock-up from those locations and I could not see it from the ground. Zach, would you like to present?
No, I can continue. You can share it.
Okay.
So, as Joe mentioned, there is an existing, just as part of this project, we're doing the whole top floor renovation for this condo. So to the left where Joe's cursor is, that is the existing head house that leads from the current kitchen up to the roof right now. That's more or less unoccupiable. And what we're proposing on the left here is to remove that existing head house. We are relocating the interior stair entirely over to this side just for some interior layout revisions. And that stair now leads up to this new head house. And Joe, if you go to the next slide, this is just sort of a side-by-side comparison in terms of building height as it relates to the buildings to the left and to the right of us. To the next page. This is just the rear to show again that the back existing head house is being removed on the left. And you can see on the right drawing is, you'll see the existing elevator overrun. And then in the background is our head house with the roof deck. Next slide. Just existing plan on the top. So that is, and there's some photos on the right side of the page that show that existing head house and some existing skylights that are also being removed as part of that. The bottom page below shows what we are proposing for that new head house. You can see that there's that new stair that we are bringing in from the living level that is coming up. There is a small area inside the head house just for entertainment use purposes, but then outside we have the roof deck. There is a planter row that is proposed to go across the entire front, left to right, but that's not going to go any taller than the balustrade. And there will be an ornamental railing installed on top of that. And again, all that is below. Number one, it meets the codes for the railing heights, but as Joe pointed out, that's not visible from any public way, front or back.
Can I ask you about the visibility question? I'm just confused. When you originally had this scheduled for the May meeting and you had a mock-up.
Yes.
And I went out and I was pretty sure I could see the railing of the mock-up through the balustrade from the center of the mall. I'm assuming that you haven't changed the design since then. And
the design has not changed since we withdrew it in the May. Nothing's changed.
Okay. And the mock-up was the same.
Correct.
And I couldn't see it. I'm like Joe, I couldn't see it when I went out in the few places where I was able to glimpse it through the trees. I couldn't see the mock-up at all. So I'm a little bit perplexed. Perhaps I have very bad eyesight, so maybe I was imagining something the first time. You don't provide sight lines in your drawings, but yeah, are you confident that when you say it's not visible, it is not visible through the balustrade?
I don't imagine, and I do have sight lines that are at the back of this package.
Oh, I didn't see those. I'm sorry.
The sight lines are a little bit light, but for example, if you see, and if you zoom in, Joe, to sort of the front of the building, it is set back quite a distance. So to see through what is in that balustrade, I personally did not see anything through that balustrade as I did my own walk up and my own walkthrough. But that is the balustrade, and then you'll see the railing with the planters, and then there's that small section of railing on top. So,
well, I think I can rely on Joe, but interesting. Okay. And your deck line looks like it's in front of the chimneys or at the front of the chimney. Is that correct?
correct. There's multiple chimneys that we're working with on this from both sides of us. So if you go back to the plan, we've pulled them back from a little bit from the front face of the furthest chimney.
But it's not behind the interface the way the guidelines require.
Yeah, so we have it here. So what you're referring to is pulling it back to the interface of the chimney.
The interface, which is what the guidelines specify.
Even
wait, is this a chimney here?
That's a chimney there, correct.
Okay, that was what I was wondering. Yeah.
There's multiple chimneys that we're working with. So the bottom left on the proposed is a chimney, and then at the page north, that's also a chimney. So yes, we are completely behind the furthest one, but we're holding to that.
So yeah, so if in fact the railing is not visible through the balustrade, then you're in compliance because you're at least behind, or at least close enough. It's because it's not visible.
And when I did my walk, I wasn't able to see anything through the balustrade. And I think that wraps up what I have for today on this. And these are just some kind of enlarged elevations. Again, we're doing everything with a flat seam copper, black light fixtures, all copper gutters, OG details and downspouts that'll come. So this is nothing that we haven't seen or presented before. And these are photos that we took from the mock-up. And so again, walking through, I do not see anything through visibility of the balustrade. And I'll rely on Joe to confirm that. And just some more photos of the actual mock-up deck and penthouse, head house.
Thank you, Zach.
Yep.
Commissioners, any comments? Joe, do you have anything you want to add?
No, again, I can just, my staff recommendation was to approve.
Great, thank you very much. Commissioners, are you prepared to make a motion?
I'm ready to make a motion.
Great, thanks, Rob. And let's go to public comment. Members of the public will now have an opportunity to ask questions and provide public comment on applications and discussions. To do so, please raise your hand in the application via the Zoom meeting platform. If you're calling in and cannot use the platform, you may press *9 to raise your hand, or you may send your questions to staff via email at backbayac@boston.gov. Public comment will be limited to 2 minutes per person and should be focused on a project's exterior architectural features, which includes landscaping. Issues related to use, street traffic, and noise are outside of the commission's purview. And Serge, I see your hand is up.
Yeah, Serge, Neighborhood Association of the Back Bay. I would have a special request that I usually don't do is I would like to confirm what Commissioner High had seen in the May walkthrough when we looked at this project. And if I would be allowed to share my screen, I would like to show the photo of the visibility from the center of the mall, if it's possible.
Oh.
Kathy, is that acceptable to you to let him share his screen?
How do you feel about that, Joe? I don't think I've ever been asked that before. I think
we can, but Serge, you have to be thoughtful about using your time.
Sure, it will be quick.
Because we have quite an agenda ahead of us.
Sure.
It would be helpful to know if this is in fact visible, because then we can construct perhaps a slightly different motion.
Serge, you can go ahead and share your screen.
So you should be able to see my screen right now. So this is the view that I took. I cannot reproduce this photo now because the trees now have too much leaves to be able to see. But we see here the railing mock-up through the balustrade, and we see the top of the penthouse through the top of the thing. And this is taken from the center of the mall. This is a zoom in. This is the view from the center of the mall, but this is what is visible. The other quick comment that I would do is if we look at this structure here, if you look at this chimney here, there's actually 2 chimneys side by side. And this is actually behind the first chimney, but the second chimney, which is just in front of the other chimney, is actually behind. So it's actually midway between the chimneys, because this chimney is only three flues that are really, really in front of the building, and the real main chimney is actually behind. And you can see that if we look at page 7 in the drawings, where you see a view pointing towards east, you're going to see very clearly the two chimneys in the drawing. So the commission can take a decision of the visibility of this, but our committee felt that this was going to be visible from the mall. Thank you. And I stop sharing.
Any other public comment? Do you see any, Joe?
Nope.
Okay, great. Well, then let's go back to the motion, please.
Well, that changes some things, doesn't it? Would the applicant consider pulling the deck back to the midpoint of the other chimney, or to the beginning of that chimney, so that I'm confident that the railing won't be visible if that's the case?
Joe, can you go back to, just so I'm clear as to which chimney we're talking?
Are you sitting here?
Yeah,
Yeah.
because clearly you can see it through the balustrade. So if you pull it back to midway on that chimney, or to the rear of the chimney, I believe that'll mitigate the situation.
I mean, that's something I'd have to take back to my client and review and see if they'd be. I don't see any pushback on that. I think that they would be they'd be okay with that. I think if we were to do that, we may go ahead and eliminate the planter anyways, because that planter isn't usable space to begin with. So if I pull that railing back, eliminate the planter, we really net out more or less the same deck square footage. So I don't see that being a concern with them.
And the other thing is the penthouse. You've got to come up with a solution so that it's just minimally visible or not visible. It's pretty visible.
Yeah, that's pretty visible.
I think it exceeds our guidelines of minimal visibility. So my motion is to denial without prejudice, so to give the applicant an opportunity to come back to the commission with a revised plan.
Second.
All right. Kathy Connor?
Yes.
Gina Dimitriadis?
Yes.
Tom High?
Yes.
Rob Weintraub?
Yes.
Lisa Tharp?
Yes.
Susanna Gaspar?
Yes.
And Tom B. Nair?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you very much. We will move on to project number 4, application 26.0960. That's 285 Commonwealth Avenue. Is there someone here for 285 Commonwealth Avenue, please?
Hi, Commissioner Connor. This is Guy Grassi with Grassi Design.
Hi, Guy. Welcome.
Thank you.
Great. Joe, back to you.
Yep, this is application 26.0960BB, 285 Commonwealth Avenue. At roof, install skylight. Staff notes that 285 Commonwealth Avenue is a 4-story stone row house designed by Winslow and Bigelow Architects and constructed in 1903 to 1904. In January 2026, the commission approved work at the roof of this property that included mechanical equipment, a skylight, deck, head house, and live roof. The applicant is now proposing a second larger skylight at the front south side of the roof. Staff recommends approval, finding that the proposed work is consistent with the design guidelines for the residential area of the district and will not be visible from the Commonwealth Avenue Mall. So this is another situation where I went out and I did not see the mock-up from the Commonwealth Avenue Mall. So I'll turn it over to you, Guy.
Sure. If I could screen share, that would be great.
Yep.
You can all see my screen, I think.
Yes, we can.
Okay, cool. Okay, so let me make sure I got the right. There it is, digital presentation. Sorry. Yes, the project's been approved for a whole bunch of changes and all that stuff. This is the house. It's a beautiful house, stone front, the copper clad parapet mansard. The roof on this house slopes from front to middle. So it slopes downhill from the edge, which helps with hide the visibility. But these are just some of the photos to refresh your memory of the appearance of the building. We realized in construction that the parapet that we have here is very high relative to the top floor. So to improve that, we're raising part of the top floor. And when we do that, we lose a lot of ceiling height in that space. So to be able to maintain that parapet and not have a 4.5 or 5 foot wall outside the windows, what we'd love to be able to do is add a skylight over the front part of this roof, just to help us with that ceiling height issue. So that's where this all starts from. These are just some photos of the house. Maybe I'm showing you the wrong presentation. Hang on a sec. This might be the whole. Yeah, I'm sorry. This is the wrong one. So this is it. Sorry. I was going to go back to the whole thing. Anyways, same photos. This is a Google Earth photo that, let me improve the view. Anyway, I'll zoom in on it. So you can, this was the condition before we started. You can see that the roof here slopes down from the front. The skylight we're proposing is in this area. We've reconfigured a lot of this stuff up here, and there was an approval of a deck and a smaller head house up here and some other changes. This is the location of the proposed skylight. So it's back about 4 feet from that front edge of where the roof, the mansard slopes up and meets that skylight. The skylight's 11 by 14 feet it's 11 feet wide in this direction. And it's fairly low. This is the building section showing it. We think that, and I think the photographs of the mock-up bear this out. You can't see it from the center line, from the center of the mall. We anticipate that you'll get a kind of just a slight view of it, of just that curb area right here from the very far side of Commonwealth Avenue, from the far side sidewalk. You might just start to see the curb peek up a little bit. Right now you can't tell because of the trees. So it's impossible, but I do have some photos that where you can see through the trees, and you can't see the mock-up from the center line. You can't see anything from the far side. And this is the view from the front. The whole skylight is below the top of the deck railing, and we're going to keep that skylight curb as low as we can. The manufacturers recommend 10 inches to the high point, so that's sort of the starting point, just to keep rain out. This is the product. It's a hip roof. It's a very expensive hip roof skylight, all glass and metal frame, and some of the details of it. This is the mock-up as it's been constructed. On top of that, that's actually the roof sheathing, and then this is built up on top. This guardrail has been taken down since the mock-up was erected, so that's not there. Another view of the mock-up. Here are some photos. I know it's hard to see it.
The combination of the scaffolding and the trees make it virtually impossible.
Well, the scaffolding's not on our building. That's
No, I
next door.
know.
Yeah, but it's right here.
Yeah.
But this is from the center of the mall.
Yeah.
And you can't see anything from the little bit that, when you start peeking through the trees. We couldn't find any view of it from the center line of the mall. Here's another one where you can see this is from the edge of the mall, if you will, or the edge of the sidewalk out and just past the sidewalk. And of course, you can't see it from there.
Yeah.
And then the only other ones, this is also from the center of the mall, and you can see a little bit of where you might see it would be right here, and we don't see it from the center. This is again from the center of the mall. In fact, it's a little past the center of the mall. And then there's one more, I think, from, let me zoom out so you can see where you are. So this is going towards the end, just in case there was an angled view, and you wouldn't normally be able to see it any better here than you would from the middle, and we can't see anything from there. Oops. This is from the far side, and that's what you got right
nice
now.
view of the trees.
Yeah, I mean, it's, I'm not even sure if I can find the building, but I think it's right there. But there's just so much foliage there now. My guess is that in the winter, you'll see just a little tiny bit of that above the roof, through the branches. And that's probably it. That's really it. Can't see anything from any angled views from any place that we could find. So that's the deal.
What's driving the size, Guy? That extra little tiny smidge is it the size?
Yeah, I mean, the way the room lays out in the front, we're going up a couple of steps to get into the front room here. And this is a family room kitchen. So the kitchen area is over here and we can tolerate sort of a lower ceiling in there. But it's kind of low for a big, a large family room. So we're just trying to make the skylight sort of centered over that room. That's sort of the logic behind it. And it just takes the curse off of that ceiling being low.
Sure.
And again, it's all because of this balustrade,
Yep. What is the height of the ceiling inside at the low?
It's just a little over 8 feet. And the room is, the full 26 feet wide. So it feels kind of like a bowling alley when you're up there.
I'm ready to make a motion.
Thank you, Rob. Let's go to public comment.
Bring the script up here. Okay.
Thank you, Joe. Members of the public will now have an opportunity to ask questions and provide public comment on applications and discussions. To do so, please raise your hand in the application via the Zoom meeting platform. If you're calling in and cannot use the platform, you may press *9 to raise your hand, or you may send your questions to staff via email at backbayac@boston.gov. Public comment will be limited to 2 minutes per person and should be focused on a project's exterior architectural features, which includes landscaping. Issues related to use, street traffic, and noise are outside of the commission's purview. And we see Serge.
Serge Savard again. In this case, we did look at the drawing with our committee for NAB, and we were not opposing the skylight. But one thing that we did note is, especially, and I see this in the photo from Guy Grassi here, there seems to be a little bit of space just to push it maybe by six inches or a foot, a little bit more towards the building, because when we look at the sight lines that the architect has put in his drawing, it's very, very close to the sideline. But if it would be just pulled a little bit, it would be completely invisible in any possible cases, even in full winter when there's no leaf anywhere. So I'm curious if it's a possibility to pull it back just a little bit and just to make sure that it's not visible from the center of the mall. Thank you.
Thank you, Serge. Is there anyone else, Joe? I don't see anyone.
No.
All right, then let's go back to you, Rob.
Guy, is it possible for you to pull it back 3 to 4 inches?
Yeah, I mean, we could move it back, I don't know, 3-4 inches. It's just, we hate to move it too far back because it's, it's getting into the sort of the bigger part of the room. I mean, call it 5 inches to split the difference.
My motion is to approve with the proviso that the skylight be moved back 5 inches from how it was presented.
Second.
Okay. Kathy Connor?
Yes.
Gina Dimitriadis?
Yes.
Tom High?
Yes.
Rob Weintraub?
Yes.
Lisa Tharp?
Yes.
Susanna Gaspar?
Yes.
And Tom Nair.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Awesome. Thank you very much. I appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Guy. Take care.
All right. Bye-bye.
Now we're moving on to project number 5, application 26.0927. That's 291 Beacon Street. Is there someone here for 291 Beacon Street, please?
Yeah, Sylvain, are you here? I didn't see you. I don't see you on the list here. Or anyone else representing this property? All right, I'm not seeing him, Kathy, so maybe we move to the next one.
I think that sounds like a great idea. We'll move on to
Wait,
project.
Owner, I see. All right. Sylvain, is this you? Or are you representing?
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, yes, we can. Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that.
It's all right. I think this should be a quick one. So this is application 26.0927 BB 291 Beacon Street. At roof replace 2 chimney pots in existing front chimney. Fortunately, the applicant's been able to revise this. So staff notes that 291 Beacon Street is a 3-story brick row house designed by Samuel J.F. Thayer and built in 1881 to 1882. In September 2024, the commission approved work at the roof of this property that included a deck and penthouse. The applicant has revised the project, as I had said, happily leaving the existing chimney pots in place and just needing to install caps at the 2 pots. So I'll just show you. And I believe this is a chimney here. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes. Yep. And these are the 2 chimney pots that were proposed to be removed. But fortunately, they're able to just install these, which my recommendation is to paint black. So at some point, if this is no longer necessary, they can be removed and it's fully reversible. So Sylvain, did I miss anything?
No, that's spot on.
Okay.
So that just sits on top of the ceramic chimney pot?
Correct. Yep. Yeah, we originally thought we had to replace it, and then coordinating with the contractor, we were able to determine that it was compatible with the termination cap, so no need to remove those.
Excellent. I'm ready to make a motion.
All righty, let's go to public comment. Members of the public will now have an opportunity to ask questions and provide public comment on applications and discussions. To do so, please raise your hand in the application via the Zoom meeting platform. If you're calling in a connections platform, you may press *9 to raise your hand, or you may send your questions to staff via email at backbayac@boston.gov. Public comment will be limited to 2 minutes per person and should be focused on a project's exterior architectural features, which includes landscaping. Issues related to use, street traffic, and noise are outside of the commission's purview. And there's Serge.
We did discuss, actually, we're very pleased with this solution because we discussed during our meeting the previous approval that the BBAC had done for 131 Common, where clay pots were actually covered with these types of fans, and they were painted black. So we think that this solution is it's much more appropriate than replacing the clay pot. So this is in line with what we suggested. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any other comments.
Okay, great. Then let's go back to the motion.
Move approval with a proviso that the chimney caps be painted black.
Second?
Kathy Connor?
Yes.
Gina Dimitriadis?
Yes.
Tom High?
Yes.
Rob Weintraub?
Yes.
Lisa Tharp?
Yes.
Susanna Gaspar? But Susanna, she may have had to leave. Okay, I think she left. So Tom Vinayer.
Yes.
Great. Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, we're moving on now to project 6, which is 234 Marlborough Street, application 26.0955. Is there someone here for 234 Marlborough Street, please?
Good evening. I'm here.
Great, thank you, Johnny. We're going to go back to Joe, then the floor will be yours.
Okay, this is application 26.0955 BB 234 Marlborough Street at roof install deck. Staff notes that 234 Marlborough Street is a four-story brick row house designed by Samuel D. Kelly and built in 1880. The applicant has revised the design of the deck to be located within the inner edges of the chimneys, consistent with the design guidelines for the residential area of the district. So, Johnny, thank you for working with me on that and making that change. Staff recommends approval, finding that the proposed work is consistent with the design guidelines for the residential area of the district and will not be visible from Marlborough Street or the rear alley. So, Johnny, I'll turn it over to you and you can just tell me when to move forward with the presentation.
Sure. Yes. As you mentioned, I changed the plans. Is this the updated one, Joe?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, great. Yep. So I originally had it extended past one of the chimneys. We brought that back and we are now in between both chimneys. I have the mock-up. None of it's visible from the front or the back. Yep. We're gonna have 42-inch metal railings, and then also the NABB advised me to have a metal door to my HVAC unit, which is no problem. We can also have that done. Current state of the roof. Some of the neighboring roof decks. Front and back. That's pretty much it. Is there anything else I need to share?
Yep. No, commissioners, any questions?
No, I'm ready to make a motion.
Great. Okay, then let's move on to public comment.
There we are.
Members of the public will now have an opportunity to ask questions and provide public comment on applications and discussions. To do so, please raise your hand in the application via the Zoom meeting platform. If you're calling in and cannot use the platform, you may press *9 to raise your hand, or you may send your questions to staff via email at backbayac@boston.gov. Public comment will be limited to 2 minutes per person and should be focused on the project's exterior architectural features, which includes landscaping. Issues related to use, street traffic, and noise are outside of the commission's purview. And Serge.
We did see it this at our committee meeting, and we had a chance to see the revised plan that he had worked with Joe. So we didn't find anything that was against the guidelines. So that seems to be an appropriate design. So we would recommend that to approve.
Thank you, Serge.
Yeah,
And I don't see anyone else, do you, Joe? All right, then let's move back to the motion, please.
My motion is for approval.
Second.
Okay. Kathy Carter,
Yes.
Gina Dimitriadis,
Yes.
Tom Hyde,
Yes.
Rob Weintraub,
Yes.
Lisa Tharp,
Yes.
and Tom Nair.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on to project 7, application 26.0984, 125 Beacon Street. Is there someone here from 125 Beacon Street, please?
Yes, hi. This is Gloria.
Great. Thank you, Gloria. If you hold on one moment, Gloria, Joe's going to read the staff notes and then we'll come back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Great. This is application 26.0984 BB 125 Beacon Street. At rear elevation, repair existing deck structure and replace railings. Staff notes that 125 Beacon Street was built as a 4-story stone row house in 1865. In 1937, the building was enlarged and converted into 11 apartments. The existing rear deck structure was constructed prior to the expansion of the Back Bay Architectural District to include, before it included alterations at rear alleys. Staff recommends approval with provisos, finding that the proposed work is repairing a pre-existing inappropriate rear addition, However, the railing should be ornamental iron consistent with the design guidelines for railings at roof decks. So Gloria, do you want me to move forward, or did you want to share your own screen?
We can share the screen. That would be great. I'm here with my father, who's in construction and going to help me with the project. And so I'm going to turn it over to him to present the first couple of slides.
Great.
Good evening, commissioners. And if you would just let me know when you can see my screen. I may have pressed the wrong button, so.
No, it's coming.
No, it's coming. It's coming.
I'm sorry?
What?
We see the
Not
word
quite there
Zoom.
yet.
We see the word Zoom from your screen.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. I went and.
Okay, so you just need to find the presentation, which is right.
All right.
Okay.
Where? Right up.
Okay.
Right there.
Yeah.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Could everybody see that now and hear us clearly?
Yes, thank you.
Great. Thank you. Now we have to figure out how to advance the pages. Oh, okay. All right. So again, I'm Philip Coleman. I am the licensed builder and applicant into the building department. Of course, with my daughter Gloria, who is the owner of the unit. And so I will try to make this short and sweet, but I want to make sure that you interrupt and ask questions at any time. So this is clearly indicating the picture of the deck. What we see here on the right-hand side of the screen is, and as a result of a recent inspection back in January, February, early part of the year, it was brought to our attention that the support of the deck along the existing brick wall was the subject of a fair amount of water damage. And as you can see in these pictures, there is clearly a good amount of rot on the sleeper that supports the deck along the brick wall. And so we did a little bit of investigative work just to find out how serious the problem was. And so you see that in this picture here in the center of the bottom. And what you can see is over time, there was, I'll say, considerable drainage off the one-story roof over time that sheen down and basically led to the rot of the supports in the wooden deck. Again, that's the east side of the deck against the one-story room. So pretty straightforward. The request, of course, is to replace in kind. And what we did find, of course, is that the deck is supported by quite a number of anchor bolts into the brick wall. Beyond the brick, of course, you can see in the picture is a parking garage. So with that, just a little more, I'll say, clarity and specificity to the intended design. The intent of the reconstruct is to leave the existing columns and beam in place. It is a bolted beam, so it supports the deck on the west side. And of course, the intent is to replace the 2x12 joist, the floor joists, and specifically be able to rehang the east side on the of the floor joists using both the angle iron that's bolted to the wall as well as the existing bolts. A quick investigation on the bolts, they're all quite secure. There is approximately 40 bolts. Whenever the previous repair occurred, which we think may have been 2017, they basically doubled up on the existing attachments. So they went from a 2-bolt. You see these 2 bolts were the 2 newer bolts that were added. And then once we took that outer layer of 2x4, 2x12 off, we found 2 additional bolts basically under each space between the floor joists. So of course the intent is to basically rebuild it in such a fashion so as to protect that in the future. So we would once the joists were removed, we would recoat the existing angle iron. and we would place a new ledger using a new ledger board being a 2x12 right up against the bricks, using the 40 basically bolts. And I say 40, it's somewhere between 36 and 40 bolts along the length of the deck, which is again, pretty much shown here on the right-hand side. One of the things that was done recently by the Condo Association was somebody realized the extent of the water damage. And prior to Gloria occupying the unit in 2022, they had installed this gutter system to handle the water down to the.
They actually just added that. They just replaced this a year ago.
Great. Thank you.
Sorry.
No problem. Pretty straightforward. The attempt is to, and the request is for you to consider to be able to replace this in kind, including the existing wood rail. Of course, all the furniture would be removed and the planters, but someday they would go back in place. And of course, there is an existing condensing unit right on the deck itself, which previously in discussion with the architectural committee, there needs to be the appropriate screening for that from the alley. So with that, I will turn that over to Gloria.
Hi, commissioners. I prepared this slide, and what you're looking at here is 3 different renderings of the proposed replacement in kind of the wood deck and railing system to look as it currently is, which is consistent with the historic aesthetic and other wood decks in this alley. And on the left, you'll see it rendered in gray. In the middle, you'll see it rendered in, clay. In the middle is gray, and the right was suggested by NAB, black, which I feel is a little heavy. My preference is for gray because it matches the current color of the structure behind and is consistent with the guidelines on colors. But I also think the black would fade and not look as nice over time in the sun. Part of making it look more cohesive, the NAB suggested we maybe paint the support columns to match, and then also the existing support beam that is supporting the deck on the left, which is right here. So this would be painted to match the wood, and then this existing beam would be stained one of these colors. I'm hoping for gray. And then we'd also restore, right now the planters don't look so good, but I would restore the plantings in my boxes. One final element we discussed was adding a small trim to the bottom of this support beam, like maybe 2 to 3 inches decorative trim to make it look more finished and nice. We could also add it over here along the bottom of this support beam, but there was one other suggestion, which was to add a lower level skirt here to make it all even, which I think would look nice, but it would impinge on this parking space, which is owned by a different unit owner in the building. And it's currently, this spot is rented out. It does appear to be abandoned, but that's a different matter. So just moving on to the next slide. The proposed material would be this composite decking, which is currently composite decking on the floor. These are some examples of the surrounding wood decks. So here you see the clay color, which I think would be a nice alternative to gray. It also matches some features on the neighboring building to the left behind me. And then this slide is just really summarizing the goals of the project to restore the safety of the deck while preserving the historic character in this alley. And, you know, we're not proposing any visual change to the size, you know, or the massing in relation to the neighboring buildings. And then finally, this is just sort of an example of what I had planted before, which I'm hoping to bring back at the conclusion of this project. So I'll just end on this final view, which shows the current situation here, and then the proposed plan for repairing in the gray stain, which is what I'm hoping for. So I guess I'll turn it back over.
Yes. Commissioners, do you have any comments?
I would agree with Joe that the ornamental iron is more appropriate in terms of the fencing, the railing. And, you know, it's unfortunate that this is the kind of structure which exists in the alleys and which we're hoping over time will evolve away. But because it was built before we had jurisdiction over the alleys, I think a repair of the kind that's being proposed is what has to occur.
I apologize, but perhaps this happened on other screens as well. Actually froze right after you started to speak, so we didn't actually hear your comment.
Oh, my comments were that I agree with Joe that the railing should be ornamental iron rather than the wood. And that I was just observing that this is the kind of structure which was built before the Back Bay Architectural Commission had jurisdiction over the alleys. And it's the kind of things that we're hoping will evolve away because it is not historic. But it's obviously there and grandfathered. So what you're proposing would seem to be a reasonable repair of the existing condition and an improvement with the ornamental iron. I mean, I have no preference in terms of the color. I think gray would be fine. I'd be ready to make a motion if nobody else is.
Great. Thank you, Tom. Then let's go to public comment.
I think somebody else, might have said something.
I'll just.
All set.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Thank you. Members of the public will now have an opportunity to ask questions and provide public comment on applications and discussions. To do so, please raise your hand in the application via the Zoom meeting platform. If you are calling in and cannot use the platform, you may press *9 to raise your hand, or you may send your questions to staff via email at backbayac@boston.gov. Public comment will be limited to 2 minutes per person and should be focused on a project's exterior architectural features, which include landscaping. Issues related to use, street traffic, and noise are outside of the commission's purview. And I see Mr. Guzinoff, Dan Guzinoff, your hand is raised.
Yes, hi. Hello, members of the commission. My name is Daniel Gusinoff. I'm the trustee of the Daniel C. Gusinoff 2025 Revocable Trust, which is the owner of unit number 11 and the parking space directly underneath the deck. My tenant currently parks there. My space is valuable and I want a few of my concerns addressed on the record. I'm not objecting to the deck's design or the materials. I'm asking that any approval match the plans as submitted, which is basically a repair and replacement in kind. I'd like it confirmed that the existing support column, header beam, and footings remain in place and unchanged. I'd like it confirmed that the overhead clearance above the parking space will not be reduced. I know there's some talk about some type of ornamental thing put on there, but it should not be reduced, and that any new joists and deck assembly will not lower the underside of the deck. I'd also like to have it confirmed that the deck's footprint, posts, and any at-grade supports will not be relocated, enlarged, or added within my parking space. And I request that any approval be expressly limited to the submitted plans so that the scope cannot later expand to structural height or footing changes without returning to the commission. And any approval should be without prejudice to my private property rights in the parking space, my access and egress, and the rear alley easement for the other tenants. I know there's an HVAC unit that's being replaced, which may have actually been partially to cause the water damage. But any desktop HVAC units, condensers, or mechanical equipment installed on the deck should produce no vibration, water runoff, or debris that impacts the parking spot below. And any planters, trees, or landscaping on the deck must be constrained so that the soil, needles, and leaves and drainage don't fall on or accumulate in the parking space below. I have provided.
Excuse me, sir, you're at your 2 minutes, so you need to wrap it up.
Okay, thank you. Just real quick, I did provide Ms. Coleman with a deck construction agreement to address some of these concerns that would not be addressed by the commission. So I just wanted to have that on the record so that the commission would note these private property concerns and construction concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. And Joe, that's really between them, isn't it? Those sorts of things. So that's really not something that we can make a decision on, Mr. Guzinoff. Thank you. Let's move on to Serge.
Okay, Serge, you should be able to mute yourself.
Yeah, actually, we just touched on this quickly. The air conditioning unit on the deck here. This is a condition that is a little bit similar to the 334 beacon that the commission have seen last month. Right now, the vent is pointing towards the alley, and it would be consistent with the decision of 234 that the unit be rotated 180 degrees and screened in a similar fashion. We discussed that with the applicant during our meeting, and they were amenable to this, but it should probably be noted because it's not visible in the plans. So thank you.
Thank you, Serge. I don't see anyone else. Do you, Joe?
No.
All right, great. So let's go back to the motion, please.
Okay, approved with provisos that the railing is to be of ornamental iron, the design of which is to be approved by staff, that the wooden portions of the are to be painted gray, that the location and position of the air conditioning unit and the screening of the unit be approved by that, and be that the air conditioning, the location and position of the air conditioning unit and required screening be approved by staff. And finally, that the repair, rather than removal of this inappropriate rear addition, is approved in this case because the addition was constructed prior to the commission's jurisdiction over the rear exteriors. That last proviso, for the benefit of the applicants, is simply to put on the record why we are approving something that we normally would ask to be removed.
Second.
Kathy Connor?
Yes.
Jeannie Dimitriadis?
Yes.
Tom High?
Yes.
Rob Weintraub?
Yes.
Lisa Tharp?
Yes.
And Tom Benayer?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right. May I just add one comment? And thank you all for taking a quick vote there. The one, there's a few small concerns.
Excuse me, sir, we've moved on. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
If you have
No
comments,
problem.
please send them to backbayac@boston. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Project number 8, application 26.0997, 199 Marlborough Street, please. Is there someone here from 199 Marlborough Street?
I'm here, Yasmin Mora from BEP.
Okay, this is application 26.0997, 199 Marlborough Street. At roof, rebuild 3 existing roof decks, enlarging footprint of rear facing deck, install safety railing at existing HVAC equipment, and replace roofing, flashing, and gutters in kind. Staff notes that 199 Marlborough Street was built as a 6-unit apartment building in 1890. Staff recommends approval with provisos, finding that the proposed expansion of the front southern deck is inconsistent with the design guidelines for roof decks in the residential district, specifically that decks be located within inner edges of the chimneys, and it should be denied. And staff review of a mock-up of the rooftop mechanical equipment to confirm it is not visible from the ground. Okay, would you like to share your own screen?
Yes, please, if I may.
Yep, that's fine.
Thank you. So. Okay, can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Great. Just one quick favor before I start presenting. I just want to make sure that David Hornet, he's principal at BET, he's presenting with me as well. He's able to unmute himself in case any questions come up.
Yeah, I've made him a co-host.
Oh, thank you. Okay, awesome. So thank you, everybody. My name is Yasmin Mora-Orihuela. I'm a project manager at BET, and I'm here presenting for you 199 Marlborough Street. As you can see, here is the location of our building that we're going to present today. We have a Marlborough Street on south. We have the public alley for 18 on the north side of the building, Exeter Street on the east, and the Aberdeen Building 197 on the west side. Moving to the next one. This is a picture of the building. As you might know, it's a 7-story building. And Joe, as he mentioned, he's from the 1890s. It's residential. And the purpose of the project that we're proposing today is to do a re-roof work for the building that is currently leaking. So we need to re-roof the whole section of the at the top. Currently, the building has EPDM roof system, and we're proposing to have a modified bitumen roof system instead. With that change, it's also the need to remove the existing deck and replace it. For that, I'm going to show the existing plan. This is how it looks right now, the roof. This is how it is, the deck. As you can see, I don't know if you can follow my cursor on the screen. Are you able to see it? Or is it hard to see? Okay,
it's hard
great.
to see, but it's there. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just gonna kind of, if you can follow me with the cursor, I'm gonna start kind of walk you through the plan, and you can follow me in the story of what we're looking at. So this is the existing roof plan, as I was mentioning. Here on the bottom left corner, we have the 702 unit. This is the main entry to the roof deck right here at the center, main, more or less center of the plan. This is the private deck for the unit 701 on the right side. We have the condenser units here on that bottom left corner that serve the part of the 702 unit. We have another condenser unit here and more in the center of the roof. The gutter is on the east side of the building, right here at the edge. This is the only gutter, and the rest is just the edge. And we noted here all the chimneys that we have around the roof, as you can see on the notes. Moving to the next one. This is the new roof plan that we are proposing. Just to start a little bit with the background info and the scope of work that we're proposing. As I mentioned, we're removing the roof system that currently has it, which is EPDM, and we're proposing the new one, which is the modified bitumen. The deck will be removed and replaced. Only the roof itself has 3 decks, so we're considering 702, which is the private deck here. This is one. The middle section, the common area, is the second deck. These 2 will be removed and replaced exactly in the same location that you see. However, the third one, which is the one on the right, we are proposing to enlarge by 4 feet going west, and then 2 feet going south, and following the approved 1993 ISD roof deck plan. So we're just seeing this as an opportunity to provide more deck area. That's all.
Can I ask you, you mentioned the 1993 deck plan.
Yes.
And it appears that what was built was not consistent with the approval. The approval required a setback on the Exeter Street side, and it does not look like that was constructed that way.
You are referring to the side, correct?
The Exeter Street side, yes.
Yes. Okay, so yes, this is the side. I have the, well, you're correct. As of today, the setback is 2 feet 7 inches. If I'm not mistaken, the plan that was approved indicated about 4 feet.
Yes.
And that's something that we can go back with the management team and circle back to that, you know, to what was done and what was the reason of that change.
Yeah, because it is visible from Exeter Street as a result, because it's too close to the Exeter Street side.
Okay, yes, I can definitely make a note and circle back to the management team. Is that
And what is the right side setback? Is it achieving the 12 that was approved in 93?
you're referring to this side?
Yes.
So this is, yeah, exactly matching what was approved. So as of today, the deck is at 8 feet from the edge of the roof. And we're proposing, following the 1993 approved, ISD approved deck plan, to 6 feet. So
I
the numbers
believe-
that I'm sorry, go ahead.
Was the 1993 plan approved for 12 feet setback, not 6? And that's part of the issue, that the 6 was what was built?
What it was built was 8 feet.
Okay, and was the plan, the proposed plan, not 12 feet?
It was 6 feet.
6 feet.
Yeah,
This is the proposed plan.
Yeah, the NAB letter included a copy of the original approved plan. So
Yeah, and I have it here. We can look at it together. So you see here, I mean, my apologies for it, but this is what we have for record. So if you can, I think it's legible. You can see the 4 feet that I'm showing and the 6 feet that we're showing. So we're kind of honoring that approval, and that's what we're proposing on the same sides as indicated on the plan.
Did NAB have different information then? Or are we looking at could you go back to the original, please?
This one or the one that the existing plan?
Yep, the existing.
The existing? Sure. This is the existing.
So Tom, you might be looking at the same NAB letter that I am.
yes,
In red, I'm not sure that it's correct or what the discrepancy is, but NAB is showing 12 feet at the bay portion as being the 1993 approval, not 6. So I'm not sure what that discrepancy, the NAB is showing 12 feet from here to here.
yeah.
Maybe that's still correct.
That's
if
it's not NAB, that's the actual approved plan. And it does show 12 feet.
So I think there's, so
From the bay.
I'm sorry, from the bay. So,
From the bay.
so do we have an extra 4 feet of bay? Is that the difference then? On top of the 8?
We'd have to take a measurement on it, but it is several feet. I don't know if it's exactly 4 feet.
Yeah, we will have to verify that dimension.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
So we do not know the history of exactly why what is there now is what, you know, is there now. This might be the second iteration, but the only record we could find was the 1993 record.
Right, and that's the only record I could find as well. And
yeah,
and what's there now is not consistent with what this commission approved.
I see.
Right, because I'm looking at the original approval and it said 6 feet outside of the bay and then 12 feet from the outer edge of the bay. So if they built 8 feet away from the flat portion of that wall, then it should be within the 12-foot overall from the bay. But the bay looks much more shallow on this plan than drawn in the 1993 approval.
Yeah.
Right? Can you scroll back up? So I'm not sure what the genesis of that discrepancy would be.
Yeah.
Lisa, if I may ask, could you draw please again, where is it, are you measuring? I mean, is the dimension that you're seeing on the plan that you have with you? Is it from the edge or from the second line to the deck? The 12 feet?
If you scroll back up to your copy of the 93 understanding, this one, yes. Can you expose the part where?
Unfortunately, this is what we have and it's cut off.
Oh, okay. I mean, am I allowed to share what Nab shared with us?
Please, I mean,
or is that not appropriate?
Can you scroll down? Scroll down. Wait. No, scroll down on that draw. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's cut off completely. Oh, gee.
No, it's cut off.
It's cut off.
Yeah. I wish I could see it.
Am I allowed to share my screen?
Go ahead, Lisa. Feel free to do that. Thank you for to give it some clarity.
Thank you. Okay. Yes, hopefully. So here we are at the bay. It's the landscape view. It's upside down from your new plan. But as you can see here, the shape of the bay is much more acute. And we have 12 feet to the structure here and 6 feet. So on your more recent drawings, this bay looks much more shallow.
That might just be a draft.
So it might just be the drafting, but 12 feet to any structure from the outside of the bay is the way we should interpret that.
Yes.
The way.
And here you have the measurement on the Exeter Street wall. You have the measurement there.
Yeah, if you want to just take a screenshot from the 199
I did.
Marlborough
Thank you so
Street.
much. Yes.
Okay. All right, great.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. So let me switch back to.
We do have a mock-up in place. We have photos of that. So
yes.
Show
Yes,
those.
and I'll get back to that. Okay, so let me continue. And that was next actually. So moving along and showing some mock-up pictures as a reference. This is viewpoint from point A, which is this point right here. So if you're standing here looking this way, this is, we put, PVC pipes with some cones and caution tape to represent the location of the railing. And
Yasmin, let me make a note that this railing is to enclose the mechanical units for a safety guardrail. It's basically to extend the line of the railing that's there now and bring it over to the head house. So that's not related to the decks. That's just a safety improvement we want to make up there. So that's separate. So.
Thank you. Moving to the next picture is point B, which is this corner right here in front of the chimney. So this is this picture in the middle. And this is how the railing will look like, more or less. And as you see in the plan, we're kind of expanding this section and just 2 feet, enlarging the deck south by 2 feet.
And Joe, those are the expansions which are not consistent with the guidelines and would be visible. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes. And again, I think we don't need to get so hung up on what was approved in the past. We're reviewing this as a brand new roof deck and it needs to comply with our current guidelines.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe, for the clarification.
And the last one here, the viewpoint C, which is right here in this corner. And you can have an overall view of, the enlargement of the deck that we're proposing, basically. And let me move to the next one. These are just 2 sections. Basically, the top section is through the main entry to the deck. And the second section is through the private deck, the unit 702, which is on the left side of the roof, closer to the alley. So just to give you a sense of, the height difference that we're proposing, it's just, you have the levels here to have some sense. So the old roof level is a 60 feet, 5.5 inches. And the new roof level is a 60 feet, 7 inches. So basically the difference is 1.5 inches that we're increasing. We're keeping obviously the height of the railing at 42 inches and keeping obviously the threshold of the door as is. And that's our starting point and we're going from there. So the height is minimal, the height difference. And we included some picture here on the right to show you how it looks right now. And then the next one, I'm gonna jump to the pictures and I'm gonna split my screen in two. So we can compare the existing with the what we're proposing. So on the left are the existing pictures and on the right is the mock-up views, right? So just to get a sense of how it will look like. So these pictures that I'm showing are from Marlborough Street. You can see here, I'm zooming in, right? You can see the railing from this angle, but this is our proposed railing. You might, you know, little corner that you might see and the railing here. The next one, hold on, this one. So Tom, going back to your comment on the railing, yes, you're correct. You do see it from the street as of today. And our proposed railing, looking at same angle. This is what you see right now, and this is how it will look like. This is the enlargement that we're proposing, just so it continues, right? So we basically are continuing this railing to the corner.
Yeah. Well, as we look at this as a new application, we would not approve, I don't believe, a railing that was that visible any place along Exeter Street. And since it should have been built further in, I think that's what we need to ask you to do.
Understood. Should I keep showing the pictures or do we have a?
But can we ask you about this rear safety railing here from the public alley? Is this one okay to extend that railing over?
Over to the left?
Yeah.
Sorry. So this is the.
That would be coming off the deck railing that's there and adding a guardrail along the back edge where the tape is there.
I think the location of the HVAC units and the guardrail are something that needs to be looked at more closely, perhaps having those reviewed by Joe and approved, because you know, you may be able to relocate some of those HVAC units and reduce the visibility of the railing. The mechanical units, I'm sure you're aware, we've received several comments from residents who are asking that this not be approved because of the location of the mechanical units.
So Tom, if I may, let me ask you, what would be acceptable for the railing? What is okay to be seen from the street as far as the railing goes? Because as Joe mentioned, if you are considering this as a new application, so is the commissioners don't want to see the railing at all? Is that the?
That's what the guidelines would ask, yes. Sometimes that's not feasible, but usually we ask that decks be constructed so that they're not visible from the ground, from any location.
So
in respect to us, sorry, go ahead.
If we have a challenge here because this is the rear edge facing the public alley and there's no parapet here, this is our gutter runoff point. So we have no way to obstruct the deck from the back here. So that is that's probably the most challenging part right here because this is what's there. We don't have to add the safety rail, but we do want to give the owner a deck here because they have a deck here. So I guess, yeah, we need to work with Joe, see what we can do with that.
Or, you know, commissioners, you can always deny this without prejudice and have them come back.
That sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, it seems to me we've got enough questions here. That this requires more work. So that's, I would be willing to offer that motion, yes.
Okay.
Can we get some guidance on the specifics with this? Do we work with you, Joe?
Well, I think, right now we're going to go to public comment.
Sure.
And then based on what the motion is, then we can discuss follow-up.
Thank you.
Let's get our script here. There we are.
Should I stop sharing my screen?
Yes. Please.
Members of the public will now have an opportunity to ask questions and provide public comment on applications and discussions. To do so, please raise your hand in the application via the Zoom meeting platform. If you are calling in and cannot use the platform, you may press *9 to raise your hand, or you may send your questions to staff via email at backbayac@boston.gov. Public comment will be limited to 2 minutes per person and should be focused on a project's exterior architectural features, which include landscaping. Issues related to use, street traffic, and noise are outside of the commission's purview. And Serge, I see your hand raised.
Serge, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Yep, and finally I am. So regarding this, I think we discussed a lot about the dimension, no points to get there, but I think there is a couple of visibility issues that should be addressed. And I think we heard also from some owners and residents that even the location of the AC on their deck is some concern. So I think an updated plan that would be done and reviewed maybe by staff and then represented is probably appropriate in this case. Thank you.
Thank you, Serge. And I don't see anyone else, Joe, do you? Oh, there we go.
Sir, and I do want to note that we did receive public comment from Rob Callaghan and Rebecca Galeota, and I had shared those with the commissioners before the hearing, and those were both in opposition to the project. And specifically related to visibility into the HVAC equipment.
Thank you, Joe. And Mr. Oliverio, please.
Hey, how's it going? I'm an owner of 2 units in the building. I don't have anything on the penthouse. I just wanted to call out that in the layout of this building for the mechanicals, there are 3 vertical conduit runs that it's sort of divided in 3 sections from exit of the alleyway, and the back units use the rearmost conduit line. And currently there are HVAC units on floors 2 through 7 that go up that vertical conduit line, but not on the first floor because they are too far away from the roof to reach it. And they've had HVAC units there since the 90s or earlier. So relocating some of those units that I suspect are being objected to by Rebecca, who's going to come after me here, may remove the HVAC functionality from some of these units that has existed for over 30 years. So I just want to call that out, that there is a physical limitation to doing that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Oliverio. And any others, Joe, that you see? That I don't see any at this point.
Not seeing anyone else raising their hands.
Okay, great. Then let's go back to the motion.
Could I make one comment on that?
Certainly.
The HV, so we intend to cluster the HVC, units a little bit closer together and move them in where we can. But what John was said is right. We don't have a way of, relocating them to the middle of the roof, for example. So it is something we've looked at, but we basically are keeping them where they are, and a couple of them we're trying to move in, but we're very limited in what we can do.
Thank you, David.
The motion is to deny with.
Oh, I was going to say, I do see one more hand raised.
Rebecca just raised her hand. Okay.
Sorry.
That's fine, Tom.
Okay, Rebecca.
Right. Thank you, commissioners. I'll keep this short because I know everyone's tired. So there have been HVAC engineers that have looked at it and given the ability to move, we're talking, 10 feet, etc. That essentially comes down to the make and model, and it is their view that there would be no compromise to the system. I think another concern is that when the HVAC condensers and the heat pumps were first put in years ago, they were kind of flush with the windowsill and shorter, and now they're significantly bigger. and create a lot more vibrations, which is raising structural concerns. So I know as part of this plan, it's to raise these condenser units by another 15 inches. 15 inches total, I'm sorry. I think it's 13-inch racks plus 1.5, or the roof will be raised 1.5. So given that you can already see these condenser units from the street, on the alley, and then at the corner of Exeter and Beacon, and that they have, they're already blocking windows and part of the head house, that they will obscure even more.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Thank you.
Now we'll move back to the motion, please.
Kathleen, oh, sorry. Can I have a question? Can I make a question quickly, or we run out of time? I'm sorry.
Certainly, if you could be sensitive to the time frame, I'd appreciate it, Yasmin.
Yes, just quick question. Going back to the 1993 ISD approved, I just want to have clear what is valid and what is not, because I'm looking at the plan and I respect the dimensions that we talked about, but just the deck itself, if you look back to the picture, it's going all the way against where the gutter is. So
Well, I think, Yasmin, if I could interrupt you, Joe, didn't you say that that's not going to be relevant here in
Yes,
this
you know,
presentation?
as soon as the deck is removed, it's considered a new deck.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
And it has to be reviewed with our current design guidelines.
Understood.
So no need
You're
to spend
starting
time on that.
from scratch. So just forget those plans.
Yeah.
okay, that's what I wanted to hear. I forget the 1993. Great, thank
Great.
you.
Thank you.
Mhm.
All right, Tom, back to you.
The motion is to deny without prejudice, with the applicant to consider modifications to address the visibility of the deck and safety railings and the location of the HVAC equipment.
Second.
Okay. Kathy Connor,
Yes.
Gina Dimitriadis,
Yes.
Tom High,
Yes.
Rob Weintraub,
Yes.
Lisa Tharp,
Yes.
and Tom Nair.
Yes.
Great. Thank you all very much. And we're moving on to project number 9, application 26.1011 at 362 Commonwealth Avenue. Is there someone here for 362 Commonwealth Avenue, please?
Yep, I'm here.
Great. And we're going to give the floor to Joe to go over staff notes, then back to you, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you.
All right, this is for application 26.1011BB, 362 Commonwealth Avenue. At roof, install 2 roof decks. Staff notes that 362 Commonwealth Avenue was built as a 6-story apartment building in 1890. I have to say that I was only able to get out to see the mock-up today. And where I have concern is more so with the roof deck that's being proposed at the rear. Oops. I'm sorry. Rear, which is going to, the mock-up shows it's very, very visible from the rear alley. Let's see. You can start to see the mock-up here from Commonwealth Avenue, but you can, oops, sorry about this. It's very visible here.
Yes.
That being said, there are other railings here for other decks. So it's not as though it's going to be blocking any more roof, but it is adding another element of clutter to the roof. I think because there are other railings here, it's not really altering the character of the building, but I think this is a discussion that we're going to need to have about this roof deck. This is another building. It's not typical. It doesn't have the typical chimney arrangement, but again, it's going to be quite visible from the alley. All right. Would you like me to move through your presentation?
I can, if you can share the screen, Joe, that'd be great.
Do you want to share it or?
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, I'll stop sharing. Okay.
So, thank you. Can you see the screen?
Not yet.
Oh, sorry. Okay, let me know when you can. Let me see. I'm sorry. Let's do this again. Okay.
Looks like it's coming through.
All set?
Yes.
All right, so thank you, commissioners. So I'm Josh Kelly from BRS. I'm a licensed architect working as the architect and the general contractor on this. Little history here. We came before you last year for 3 decks on this building that were approved. Those decks were recently constructed. We finished those probably a little over a month ago. And there's 2 additional decks from another owner that weren't part of that process. After they saw what we did, they wanted to come forward and have their decks done as well. So we have been through the process. We did get approved. And I was told, and I don't know, I didn't dig into, I was told this yesterday from one of the owners of the building, that the railing, the mock-up was approved for the last process. Joe, the one that we showed you, we mocked up, that was previously mocked up and I was told it was approved. I didn't know that. So I'll show you pictures of that older mock-up, and I was told that that was approved as the first approval. I'm not sure, I didn't dig into the minutes, but just something to keep in mind. So if you can see my mouse, we did a roof deck up here, and we did a common deck over here, and then we did one on the back. This is Mass Ave, this is Com Ave. This is facing, this is east, I'm sorry, this is west, and this is east. The 2 decks that are proposed tonight are one in the middle here along Com, which wasn't done, and then one on the side elevation, which Joe showed you, and I'll show you as well over here in the back. So again, Mass Ave, we did the 1 deck here, we did 1 deck here, we did 1 deck here. So it's this one in question that's not done yet, and one on this other elevation. So here's a plan view. Again, this is, if I zoom in, Com Ave, this deck was just completed. This common deck was just completed, and this rear deck was completed as part of the approval from last year. This is another owner that wants to have this deck done. They own both decks. So one over here, which Joe showed you can see from the alley, and then this one here. Now, the railings that Joe is referring to are railings that were installed by us recently. So those metal railings are right here. So if I zoom in further, you'll see that there's actually a fire escape here, and this would be the deck. There'd be a new railing here, the fire escape goes down. So you come off the new common deck, I'll show you pictures, and you have access to get to the fire escape. So the new railing would be along here, and then it would be, I have to go back and look at the plan, but that's the only railing that's gonna be added. There's no railings in here. This balustrade is original existing, so it's just those 2 decks.
When we approved the other decks, we, I believe, had a long discussion of whether or not a deck should be included in the bow area. And those decks did not include the bow area, but you're proposing it here. And as I recall, the reason that we were concerned about the bow area was because it did require a fence, a railing that would have shown through the balustrade. And I may not be recalling that debate clearly.
Okay. I don't recall that as part of, as the approval process, I went through that, wasn't part of the approval process. I don't remember that at all. So,
okay. But we did not, the decks that were approved did not include the bow area.
Okay. So we would want to go in the bow area as part of this. There's only one right here, right? So this is the one, this is Com Ave. This is the deck that's kind of landlocked between 1 deck and the common deck. So it's this one here, and then the one that faces the alley. It's this is the new railing. This is the new common deck. So this is the other one, and this is the fire escape, and this is where Joe showed you from the alley. That's the edge there. So if I zoom in here, this is an old photo we took from last year. This is the old mock-up from the previous process. This is the old railing sitting here that was bolted down. That's really not salvageable. That railing was bolted to this roof. It wasn't unsafe. So this mock-up was put in place for the first approval, which I wasn't aware was approved. And again, I didn't look in the minutes, but I was told this was approved. So the goal would be to go back with this with a metal railing that isn't arched, but a regular metal railing similar to what is put in place here. So that would extend a new one here, right along there. So again, this is an old photo. We did do a new mock-up because Joe requested one, but this is, I didn't know we had this photo until I looked at this again, but this is from a year and a half ago. So again, you can see the old railing there on the ground. And then again, this is access. There's a gate. You go down, there's a fire escape here. So there'd be, the railing would be here. And then that would be the edge of the deck as well. So that's it and again, if this is an elevation, so if I go back, this is this is Com Ave. So again, it's from here to here, basically the one deck, and there's the bow is here, the bump out. And then this is Mass Ave, doesn't apply. This is the back alley, doesn't apply. That's the rear one we just did. And then along here, so this is the new rail that was done. This is the low roof. This is Com Ave here. So you can, when Joe was looking from way down the street, you can look up. Or from the alley right here, this is the alley. So you can see this is brand new, this rail. So this would be a continuation of new rail here. This is the new deck right here. The new deck you can see, it goes from here to here. And this is the proposed deck from here to here. Those are just details.
Could you
So
go back?
that's kind of, sorry, go ahead.
Go back to the roof plan that shows the layout
Sure.
of the decks.
Yeah. Is here.
I'm looking at the approved drawing from 2023, and it does not show, and I guess it's the plan for the eastern deck.
This one?
Between these two, yes. And that plan did not include an approved deck in the bow.
Okay.
I'm assuming you didn't build one there because that wasn't on the plan. And it seems to me that that would be an appropriate omission from this as well, because of the visibility of the bows from the ground. And even if the railing isn't visible, what you put on it will be.
When you mean on the deck itself?
In the bow area.
Yeah, when you say put on it, you mean put on the deck itself?
Yeah. In other words, one of the reasons why we didn't do a deck on the bow was the visibility of something sticking out the way a bow does with a open balustrade.
Okay. But you mean like furniture or things like, you mean like embellishments on the
Platters,
deck?
furniture, so forth.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Commissioners, any other comments? Do we have a motion? No questions, no motion?
Well, I'm trying to reconcile Joe's comments with what we're being told here.
We'll put it out there, Tom, and maybe we can come.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that there's anything that you can do to minimize that railing on that side deck, but that being said, it's an extension of an existing railing.
Okay. So how do people feel about extension of the railing?
I might just throw it out there that probably for a safety concern, people are going to be walking out there. A railing might be a good idea.
The railing might be what, Joe?
A good idea.
Thank you.
And safety's outside of our purview, but.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that.
So are people saying that they think that this deck is acceptable? I'm trying to get a sense of what the commission's
Yes, of course.
reaction.
I think so, because I don't know what the other alternative is.
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
Okay. The only problem I have is the deck within the bow. So I'm willing. I'll make a motion that would exclude that and ask that the final location and visibility be confirmed by staff.
Great. Then we can go to public comment.
Yep, bring it right up. Okay, almost there. Oh, there we go.
All righty. Members of the public will now have an opportunity to ask questions and provide public comment on applications and discussions. To do so, please raise your hand in the application via the Zoom meeting platform. If you're calling in and cannot use the platform, you may press *9 to raise your hand, or you may send your questions to staff via email at backbayac@boston.gov. Public comment will be limited to 2 minutes per person and should be focused on a project's exterior architectural features, which includes landscaping. Issues related to use, street traffic, and noise are outside of the commission's purview. And Sue Prindle is here.
Yes, also. Hi. Yeah, I just had a question. I thought in the presentation, the architect said that both of the new decks were owned by the same person. Did I misinterpret what he said?
No,
That's what I heard also, Sue.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, and why does he need two?
There are two different units.
Ah, I see what you mean.
There are two separate units. One is a unit here with access here, and one is a unit here with access. These are actually two different units.
Okay, so there are different occupants in.
Correct. They just own both. Correct.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Serge.
Yes, I will remind the commission a little bit about the discussion we had in April 23 when this was discussed at the commission and what was presented at the time. The main issue with the bow is the structure, that is the baluster there, were never defined for safety. So for ISD, these were not a proper fence to actually block. So what we had to do, what was necessary, is to have a smaller fence that would be behind this to be able to prevent children from going through the thing and falling on the other side. And if the commission remembers, we had 2 or 3 hearings where we saw pictures of different combination. And at the end, the commission finally decided to make a straight rail in the back. That was the suggestion that was the least visible and least intrusive in the design of the bow, and that's why the railing is straight and not. And also at that time, the engineer that was working on the project said that the integrity of the baluster at the time that were built were not supporting enough force to be able to be considered safe as a protection, and they were needing a railing. So we had either to put a curved railing inside that railing or to put and then we looked at the visibility of this. And then the commission made a determination that the best option was a straight railing at the back, and that's the history.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Serge. That was sort of my recollection, but I did not recall the reasoning behind it.
Great. Okay. And we have no more public comments. It's, I think, from what I can see.
That's all.
All right. So back to you, Tom.
Motion that the project is approved with provisos that the portion of the deck proposed to be located within the bow is denied, and that the final location of the remaining deck and associated railings is to be approved by staff.
Second.
Okay, Kathy Connor?
Yes.
Gina Dimitriadis?
Did you? I thought I said yes.
Okay. Yep. Tom High?
Yes.
Rob Weintraub?
Yes.
Lisa Tharp?
Yes.
And Tom B. Nader?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate
And
it.
we're going on to our final project, number 10, application 26.1012, 194 Beacon Street. Do we have someone here from 194 Beacon Street, please?
There's several people.
We do. William, welcome back.
I thought you might miss me. Good evening, everyone. So I'm here, William Young, as a historic consultant on the project, together with our client, Seth Prebatch, and our architect, Vince Pan of Analog Studios. And I imagine Joe wants to make a few introductory remarks.
Yes, thank you. So again, this is for application 26.1012BB, 194 Beacon Street. The proposed work, and this has been revised, repair masonry and replace all windows and doors in kind. A front facade, re-landscape garden, restore fence and replace gate, repave walkway, rebuild entry steps, reconfigure 6-story window units and add skylights, and at rear elevation extend 6th floor roof deck and lower sills at 6-story windows, lower sills at 4th-story windows, alter 3rd-story window and create balcony at oriel roof, replace garage door and decking at garage roof, and add courtyard connector, opening, glazing, and landscaping. The roof work was withdrawn by the applicant. Staff notes that 194 Beacon Street is a 5-story brick row house built circa 1862. And like I said, the scope of work had been revised. And my approval was however, with the exception of the lowering of the window and the alteration of the oriel window at the rear elevation. So William, I'll turn it over to you and your team.
Thank you very much, Joe. So once again, not only am I here, but we're looking at another related pair of early houses. 194 is a mate to 192, with which it shares a common stoop, as you'll be seeing in Vince's presentation. But for now, I believe our client, the property owner, Seth Prebatch, would like to have a few words.
Okay, let me just find him here and I will make him a co-host.
Seth grew up in the neighborhood, which is somewhat unusual, but certainly very nice. And his affinity for the Back Bay and its architecture has really guided our program here, and I'm sure you'll enjoy hearing from him.
Yeah, hello, commissioners. Thank you for having us, and appreciate you staying with us for what I know has been a long conversation. Just quick check, can everyone hear and see me all right?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. As William mentioned, my name's Seth. I'm the new owner, proud owner of this property. I'm actually here with my mom, Suzanne Prebatch. She hopefully can pop in and say a few words as well. The plan is actually to have her move in to one of the floors with me and eventual family as well. As William mentioned, I grew up, and my mom still lives, about 400 feet down the road on Marlborough Street. So I know this area well, love this area. And maybe a fun bit of history, when my mom and dad moved into the Back Bay in, I don't want to date anyone here, but in the early 1970s, they lived on Beacon Street, actually, and had a beautiful view of the river. My dad, who has since passed away, but was an avid sailor, and they loved that. They wanted to buy there, but they couldn't, because if you think it's expensive back then, it's expensive now. But it was, so they went one block over to Marlborough Street, which is obviously still incredibly beautiful, and my sister and I and family grew up there. And so part of the goal in buying this property was both to preserve and improve beautiful buildings in this area, and also to make good on not quite a promise, but I think a really nice thing to be able to finally get a place overlooking the river, which is beautiful, and this time with an elevator, which it doesn't have today. You'll see that in the plans, where we've scoped back the plans based on feedback from NAB, which we really appreciate. But just for accessibility reasons, a fully enclosed elevator is of course important. William, Vince, and my mom have really enjoyed the process and love the work that you all do. And with that, I don't know, Mom, I don't want to take up too much time before we go to Vince, but I thought my mom might pop on and say hello. She may know some of you and vice versa, and then we'll kick over to the man of the hour, Mr. Vince. And Mom, are you able to unmute?
I believe I made her a co-host, but let me make. No, she is a co-host, so she should be able to.
Mom, if you can hear us, there's a little microphone and video button just in the lower left.
Oh, did I do it?
Yes, there you are. Hey, Mom. We can
Did
hear
I-
you. We can't see you yet. If you click video, we'll
Okay.
be able to see you. Hi, everyone. My mom, everybody meet my mom.
Okay, I thought I did. Am I on? Again, technology is not my thing. When I was if you can hear me, when I was at school, the height of technology was the electric pencil sharpener, and there is possibly one or two people who will resonate to that. The younger people in my office think I'm joking, but the few people who laughed know that I'm not. But like my late husband, Norman Prebatch, who some of you may know, Seth's dad, Norman really cared a lot about the Back Bay. Both of us did. And we rented at 122 Beacon Street. And when we moved over to Marlborough Street, the one thing that we really did miss was the view of the river. We never did put in an elevator. A physician who was a neighbor across the street told my late husband that it was aerobically better to use the stairs. It was also enormously less expensive not to put in an elevator at the time. And we were a young couple, and Norman resonated to that. Norman, many of you know, died unexpectedly in a hiking accident on Tuckerman's Ravine about 14 years ago. And after that time, Seth commemorated his memory by renovating the pavilion at Community Boating in his memory, just as a mechanism, a way to improve the Back Bay. In order for me to continue to live in the Back Bay as I approach my 80s, Seth came to me and said he would like me to be able to continue to live there. Obviously, the many stairs in my house will become an issue, and Seth is planning to put an elevator on the property to make it accessible, to make an area there accessible to me as I approach my 80s. And I want to say, listening to this incredible committee, I really appreciate your time, all of your very thoughtful work, energy, consideration in making the goal of the historic preservation of this truly unique area front and center, to preserve the needs of this older historical community, and also the needs of the older members of the community, so that the dignity of all of that, the community itself and the older members, are allowed to align with dignity. And I just really want to say thank you. And one of these days I'll have my younger tech offspring show me how I can turn on the camera, but thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Bishop. If we could, for the sake of time, Seth, if we could move forward to the actual
100%.
application, we'd appreciate it, just because we've had a long night. We want to make sure we can still focus.
100%. Mr. Vince, take it away.
And Vince, would you like to share your own screen?
I would, and I am now, I believe. Is everybody seeing that and hearing me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Great. All right, just get this. All right, thanks everybody for sticking with us and hearing this. As Seth mentioned, and Joe mentioned as well, we did scale back the scope of the project in response to a really productive meeting we had with NAB, where we learned a lot more about the complexity of the penthouse and roof deck. So what you'll see tonight, we'll leave that structure untouched. We again brought the elevator in, but only up to the 5th floor, so that the overrun is contained within the 6th floor and inside of the roof. We know there's a lot of history there to the roof deck, so we do have our zoning attorney available on the call in case there's any questions that come up. Dennis Quilty, he's here if anything needs to be addressed there. But otherwise, I will do my best to go through this as succinctly as possible. Here we are looking at 194 Beacon Street, and we see the main townhouse, garage along Back Street, connected by a covered and enclosed walkway right now, and a lovely courtyard between the two structures. We'll go through the scope starting in the main building and then back to the areas that are more visible. So Throughout the goal of the project, as Seth mentioned, and as Suzanne mentioned as well, is honoring the Back Bay, honoring this building, and bringing it to its former glory. So most of what we will talk about is true restoration work, and we've taken on as many of the considerations and recommendations of NAB as we possibly can, and would welcome them. So just starting out front along Beacon Street, at the entrance, we have what we believe to be a historic fence along the sidewalk that has been repaired and patched over time. The footing is in disrepair. We would replace this curb with a stone curb to match the stairs, keep the balusters, but then also replace the top cap, which is like kind of just a C-channel steel, with something a little more decorative and fitting of the neighborhood. And at the lower landing of the stairs, this drawing shows that we would replace that with concrete, but since we provided this to the BBAC, NAB came back to us and recommended that we go with brick there, which is perfectly fine, and we'd like to do that. We'll be doing that on both the 192 and 194
Perfect.
Sides. Likewise, we'll be replacing and repairing the stairs that lead to both buildings, both sister buildings.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
So you'll be replacing both sides. It'll be a common threshold. And it's be running bond brick.
Yes, that's what's there now. So that's what we
Okay,
believe
fine.
is appropriate. So
Good.
yeah. Again, we'd be replacing the stairs in kind as well, and across the width of the stair for
Good.
both properties. To be clear, this project is only 194, but then we are also doing some renovations to 192 with obviously their approval to maintain consistency. There at some point was a gate added here to this fence. We are hoping to replace that with something that feels more consistent with the rest of the fence. And then a little bit of landscaping work, just some new shrubs along the sidewalk is really all that's envisioned. We are not removing any trees on the property. There's one up front and two in the back courtyard that will all stay and be protected throughout construction. So what we see now is a photo mock-up with our existing condition on the left, the proposed condition on the right. I'll talk about some of the updates in this drawing, but I also have a detailed elevation that follows that we'll go into a little bit more detail. But going from bottom to top, you'll see that our intention is to remove the paint that was applied to the cast stone surrounds of the door, the windows, to maintain or sort of regain consistency with our neighbor at 192. The hope is that can be removed without damaging the stone underneath. We'll be doing some testing and we can work with staff as we work through that. A fallback option would be to paint it if we can't do it without damaging the stone underneath. Likewise, you'll see the slate roof at the top level. It's quite deteriorated on our side. That'll be repaired, replaced generally to maintain consistency, as well some gutters and a few details that have been touched on that side. Otherwise, there's restoration work that needs to happen to this Oriel roof, which is clad in tin primarily right now. The plan is to remove that and then replace that with matching woodwork, exterior finished woodwork that matches that exactly kind, but is new and more robust.
Joe, was that the Oriole that you were referring to in your comments?
No, at the rear.
Oh, at the rear. Fine, thank you.
Yeah. So just moving on to this elevation, we'll see a few things. We've talked about the stair railing repair. In general, we will need to repoint the brick on this side and on the rear side. You'll see there's a little bit more masonry damage on the rear from some structural deterioration, but we'll be doing it on the front as well. All new windows and doors in kind to match existing, and then, as we mentioned, the stone surrounds will be brought back to the original finish. Up above, sorry, go ahead. Did you have a question?
I'm sorry, you may have I'm going to be answered this. I noticed that you still have work to be done on the penthouse and deck, which you have withdrawn. Is that correct? You've withdrawn it because of the zoning issues?
We have withdrawn work of sort of at the deck level and above. There is this, so I guess this small piece here, this window, right now there's two windows on that penthouse that we are proposing to consolidate into one.
Can I,
yeah.
excuse me, I think it's important then that I raise this issue. As the commission may or may not be aware, there is an outstanding variance, outstanding violation, which went to court and which casts a legal question over the existence of the penthouse and the deck. That is an open question which has to be resolved. We can't resolve it because the Board of Appeal denied a variance. It was built over height. They denied a variance. It went to court. The court upheld the Board of Appeal, but the condition was never corrected. So I do not believe we have the authority to take any action, at least on the penthouse and the deck. So no matter what it is, whether it's recladding, windows, skylights, hatches, anything to do with the penthouse and the deck, I understood was being, and the way it's marked on the agenda, was being removed from this application. And I think that's something that we need to insist upon from a standpoint of our authority, that we just cannot act on those.
Tom, what was removed, what the applicant asked to remove was what was going on at the roof level of the penthouse. So that was the elevator overrun and the railing.
Okay, I respectfully ask that, in a motion, I will say that we cannot approve something that has been not allowed by the Board of Appeal. So we cannot approve changes to the penthouse and the roof deck. They can come back once they've resolved the zoning issues. But if we were to, it is totally inappropriate and not within our authority to do anything with respect to those two levels. Interior, putting the elevator override inside the penthouse, that doesn't affect the existence of the penthouse. But I've read the Superior Court decision, and there's no question that there is an outstanding height variance violation here that has never been corrected.
Tom, if I may, totally understood on the complexity there. I think we were trying to back away from that entirely. If we have not done that, could we just remove this change?
I'm perfectly fine if we talk about, and we can make it clear in the motion that any changes to the exterior, to the penthouse and the deck are not approved as part of this. And then you can come back with those once you've clarified those issues.
Absolutely understood, and we will 100% agree to that.
Yeah. And I'm sorry to interrupt the discussion at this point, but
no, appreciated and noted, and however we need to document that, we will do so.
Great.
So just to reiterate, I think we're saying, no problem at all leaving the windows and on this and in this scope, like that's the only thing we've talked about that touches that penthouse, the roof deck, and we will leave those exactly as is. And I think anything else that we encounter that's similar, we'll take the same approach. Is that
great?
Okay.
One thing I would just point out that the skylight is not part of the penthouse, correct?
Correct. Yeah, that is the roof of the 5th floor.
I was thinking of the access hatch, which is shown in the back.
So there is a new skylight on the roof of the 5th floor that you're seeing sort of at an angle and elevation, and some new rooftop equipment that is on the roof of the 5th floor. So a few condensers shown there, and we'll see those in a roof plan later. Looking at the rear elevation along Back Street, again, going from bottom to top, this is the Oriole that Joe was mentioning, and the modification requested here is to convert this into a small balcony, the roof of this, and match detailing that we see on adjacent buildings. I think it's 198 to 202, and introduce a railing that feels consistent with the rest of the space. all new windows would be happening here, masonry restoration. This is probably going to require quite a bit of rebuild to address some of the step cracking in the brick and then in the lintels. But of course, we would go back and work with the commission staff to ensure that we're using all the correct mortars and colors and everything that we know is required. So
what was your concern, Joe, with those modifications?
It's adding the balcony to the roof of the oriel.
I will mention, if I may, that this is a late 20th century oriel, and for that reason, I was certainly not inclined to regard the addition of a balcony to its roof as an intrusive feature.
I have a question. In looking at the balcony, it looks like you have to climb out a window. Is that correct in order to get on the balcony? Or are you expecting
The sill
to?
will be lowered to the new roof level of the oriel.
On in both windows, or
just this one?
To the left-hand one.
Yeah. So we have designed that door to appear consistent with the window, to have sort of the same mullions, but this one is lower. The one on the right you'll see is already quite low. So it looks a little bit taller, shorter here, but that's staying consistent. So
thank you.
I thought, Joe, we had approved similar kinds of balconies on top of oriels, but I'm probably wrong.
No, Tom, you're quite right.
No, Joe, what is could you expand on your concern?
Yeah, I think if you could go further in the plan, it looked like there was quite a bit of change to the cross. I think you had a cross-section plan of what was happening to the roof of the oriel.
So this is a section that Joe, you're referring to?
Yes.
So this is the projection of the existing oriel, and then we are keeping it in the same plane, right? Bringing it out again, trying to match that sort of heavy crown detail and cornice detail that we have on adjacent buildings. Open to feedback on that, and bringing the railing around to follow that perimeter. So the footprint of the oriel stays the same.
Correct, and the articulation of the balcony will be consistent with those just a few doors to the west at 198 through 202. There you go.
Yeah.
I can talk through the rest of the scope on this side as we move through. Down at the courtyard level, so this is within that enclosed courtyard, there's an existing glass storefront and entrance from the lower level and door. We are proposing replacing that with the newer glass entrance that's a little bit still in 3 parts, but a little bit larger. We're removing the transom above. Then as we go up, generally we are really just replacing the windows in kind until we get to the oriel and the balcony that we've just finished talking about. And then as we go up the building, we are matching the 4th floor window sill height with the 3rd floor, lowering them very slightly there. And then again, replacing windows in kind. Adding a small cornice detail here, I think was a suggestion from William to give this dormer a little bit more of a contemporary feel. And then we're adjusting a knee wall on the balcony here that we'll see in a little bit more detail later.
This sheet and also the front one say new storm rated windows. Yeah, I didn't see any place on here, and I probably just missed it. That are, I'm assuming, am I correct that these are wood windows with true divided lights?
Yes.
Thank you.
Correct. So we jumped ahead a little bit to talk about the Oriel and the balcony. So these are the buildings that sort of immediately to the west of us, right? There's where we are, and then just around the corner, and then to the east as well. So not so many precedents there, but nearby something similar. Elevation that we saw of that same section. So I'll just go through this. So what we're looking at now is a roof plan showing this is again that penthouse roof that is existing to remain, our new rooftop equipment that we saw on elevation, a new skylight over the 5th floor, and then an existing balcony here that has quite a deep knee wall that we are reducing. And we are showing replacing the wrought iron railing there in kind. Again, that's based on feedback from NAB. We had proposed a glass railing there previously and swapped that out to a wrought iron railing that matches, again, what's there right now. So when we reduce that knee wall, because of the slope of the roof, it gets slightly taller. So we're seeing that. One thing that we've done is to introduce a horizontal across the top so that the verticals do not feel like they've grown quite as much, right? So the verticals will stop a little bit sooner. And here we can see a section through that. So right now this knee wall at the balcony is roughly like 4.5 feet deep. And we're reducing that to depth.
The balcony you're referring to is located on the roof of the main building, not part of the penthouse?
It is, yes, it's on the roof of the main building. It is the 6th floor though, right? Which is, that is the penthouse, right? Like, so, it is the roof of the building here. Roof
of the building.
Yeah, the roof of the
main building,
historic building. Yeah, the main building. Yeah, that's this diagonal line that, if you're able to see my cursor,
yes,
that's the roof line.
Okay.
Down at the courtyard level, here we are facing the main building, looking into those glass doors that exist. On the left is that enclosed walkway that we mentioned earlier. And then looking in the opposite direction, the back side of the garage with the enclosed walkway on the right. You see the 2 trees that are quite beautiful and that we will protect and keep in the new landscape design. In that area, again, looking at existing, our intention is to open up the length of that walkway and have it be open during sort of amenable weather, and but install motorized screens that can be brought down in inclement weather. And then along the back side of the garage, similar to what's happening on the opposite side of the house, we have right now a solid brick wall, and we're proposing putting in a glass wall there, and to use some of the space that's in the garage, and introducing a stair that leads up to the roof deck, or sorry, the garage deck. At the garage right now, we currently have 2 quite narrow openings for the garage doors. We are proposing replacing that with 1 large opening, but with a door that is designed, a single door that's designed to maintain that look and feel of a double door. So it's segmented. It includes a pier. It has the feeling again of and we think a more appropriate door in that opening. That enlarged opening. And there we see that in elevation. We modified this slightly in response to feedback from NAB. I think they may have had a specific door they want us to emulate. I don't know that we got that yet, but again, we're completely open to working together to update the design.
There had been diagonal braces that have been deleted.
Yeah, correct.
They looked a bit like a stable.
Landscape plan, I'll just run through quickly. Again, we're keeping the 2 existing trees, introducing pavers, large flagstone pavers or granite pavers, the stair that leads up to this roof deck that exists on the garage. It currently is surrounded with planters. It would still have planters. There is a cherry tree that exists in one of the planters that we are hoping to save, but it is in a planter. It is not sort of in the ground. And again, new pavers out here as well. And again, up on that balcony, and we were just talking about introducing planters and new decking in that area. Just a small skylight that opens down into that 5th floor.
At the original roof plane level.
Correct. Yeah. And last thing that we have here is some details and early specifications for windows that we're looking at. Just we are all wood impact rated from Tischler, Colby, Marvin. Nanowall systems for those glass operable walls that we talked about at the courtyard level. An example of the screen, the automatic screen that we're considering using at the walkway. And an example of a garage door that takes a similar approach. So,
to what extent are the glass walls that you're proposing, or glass doors, visible from the street? Or are they all enclosed?
They're entirely enclosed within the courtyard, Tom.
Okay.
Yeah. Tom, you mentioned briefly a proposal we threw in at the end of the deck. This wasn't a thought that came up late after we met with NAB of offering to remove. There's a gabled skylight that sits on top of the penthouse. We had a thought to lower that to a flat skylight hatch instead, to just again bring down the profile of the building. Understanding that we don't want to touch it at all, we can disregard this entirely.
Fine.
That's all we have right now.
But we think it's plenty.
What's the reaction of the commission to the question of the deck on top of the modifications to the rear oriel?
Well, we've approved similar applications in the past. I'm not too excited about expanding the window opening to create a door.
Agree.
So
I have a question regarding the rear facade. It has been touched before, though, correct? Or is it all original?
No, this entire oriel is I believe an addition.
Right. Yeah, that's an addition or a rebuild. And of course, the whole bottom part has been modified a great deal.
Yes.
And then you've got a change on the top floor with the fenestration up there with that wide window. So it's not an original facade. I think, I guess the issue is, it seems to me we have lowered windows to doors to allow access to like Juliet balconies and so forth.
Yeah.
We have.
Yeah.
Would you prefer to see both openings lowered to meet the balcony floor?
Yes, I was going to ask if that is a possibility for symmetry.
That would look better.
I think so.
Yep, we'd be totally comfortable doing that, and again, appreciate all the thoughts and feedback.
So
any other comments?
And which floor is that on? Is that the second floor?
It is
the windows,
third.
Second
the
floor.
windows are on the third floor.
Yeah, the 3rd floor.
Yeah. I'm ready to make a motion.
Let's go to public comment.
If you could stop sharing your screen, I just need to get to our script. All right.
Thank you. Members of the public will now have an opportunity to ask questions and provide public comment on applications and discussions. To do so, please raise your hand in the application via the Zoom meeting platform. If you're calling in and cannot use the platform, you may press *9 to raise your hand, or you may send your question to staff via email at backbayac@boston.gov. Public comment will be limited to 2 minutes per person and should be focused on a project's exterior architectural features, which includes landscaping. Issues related to use, street traffic, and noise are outside of the commission's purview. And Serge, I see your hand.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Kathy and commissioners. First, as chairman of NAB, I want to say that I'm really pleased to see that our long-term members, like Ms. Sprayback has been for more than several decades, has a chance to stay in the neighborhood, and we really appreciate that. So for the elevator installation and the elevator override, we do not oppose that addition at all. Also for the oriole at the back, although I would say normally the committee's reaction would have been to feel a little bit strange with the addition of the balcony. It's not our typical reaction. We have to realize that at 198, there is a balcony and a structure, an oriole that was built in 1999, which is a few months after the one at 194, where a balcony was put on top to mimic the balconies that were actually at 200 and 202 Beacon. And as the photo shows, it's basically in line with the current design, so we would not oppose the oriole. I do believe that the suggestion to lower both windows to make doors would at least preserve some symmetry there. For the glass, we did feel that there was a lot of glass at the bottom. It's not visible from the street, so for that reasons, we would not necessarily oppose that either. Thank you.
Thank you, Serge. And that looks like it's it, Joe, correct?
No other comments.
Thank you very much. Let's get back to the motion, please.
Move that the project is approved with the following provisos: that the threshold of the front entrance is to be paved in running bond brick and include both 192 and 194 Beacon. That all windows on the front and rear elevations are to be of wood with true divided lights. That both windows will be lowered to doors on the 3rd floor to provide access to the oriole balcony, and that all work relating to the penthouse and deck has been withdrawn by the applicant and may be submitted as a separate application after resolution of currently outstanding legal and zoning issues relating to those structures.
Second.
All right. Kathy Connor.
Yes.
Gina Dimitriadis.
Yes.
Tom Hyde.
Yes.
Lisa Tharp.
Yes.
Rob Weintraub.
Yes.
And Tom B. Nader.
Yes.
Good. All right. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. Much appreciated.
Thank you,
Thank you
everybody.
very much.
Thank you very much.
John.
Thank you. All right. What about some staff updates, Joe? What have you got?
Just very quickly, I'll say we're very slowly getting caught up on commissioner appointments. So I know Kathy, David, and Rob have all been moved forward. I think you've all been waiting for years and years, and hopefully in the next few months we'll be moving some other pending appointments. Jeannie, I know you've been waiting, so hopefully we'll be getting you reappointed soon.
Beautiful. Thank you very much. And do we have a motion to adjourn?
Yes, motion to adjourn.
Okay.
Fantastic. I want to thank you all for your patience tonight, and thank you for staying focused, and hope you have a lovely evening the rest of the way.
And you too.
Thanks, everybody.
Take care.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.